Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is The House Sitting Rules Said Not to Enter the Nursery After Sunset. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The baby monitor turned on by itself at 7:14 p.m., not the screen. Just the sound. A soft electronic click came from the kitchen counter, followed by a wash of static, and something that might have been fabric moving close to a microphone. I stood with one hand inside the refrigerator, holding a carton of eggs, listening as the static rose and fell. The monitor's green volume lights blinked twice. Then a man whispered, very clearly, "Wrong room." My name is Claire Donnelly. I was 29 then, female, recently single, and taking almost any temporary job that allowed me to pretend I was choosing flexibility rather than scrambling to cover rent. I had been inside the Holloway's house for less than an hour. I put the eggs down on the refrigerator shelf and crossed the kitchen. The monitor was an older Motorola model with a thick white antenna and a screen no larger than a playing card. It sat beside a ceramic bowl full of lemons, exactly where the homeowners had left it. The screen remained black. The power button wasn't illuminated. I pressed it. Nothing. Great, I said to the empty kitchen. The house answered with the low hum of the refrigerator and the faint metallic ticking of pipes contracting in the walls. Outside, the last of the daylight lay across the back lawn in long blue strips. The property was in Ridgefield, Connecticut, less than 5 miles from the New York state line, though the narrow road and heavy trees made it feel farther from everything. There were neighbors, technically. I had passed 2 mailboxes on the drive-in, but from the Holloway's kitchen windows, all I could see was lawn, stone walls, and woods, thick with oak and maple. I unplugged the monitor. That solved it. For the moment. The house belonged to Mara and Benjamin Holloway, both 38. Mara was female, compact, and quick-moving, with dark hair cut bluntly at her jaw, and the distracted manner of someone mentally carrying 6 grocery bags at once. Benjamin was male, tall and narrow-shouldered, with wire-framed glasses, and a habit of looking past people when they spoke, as though checking whether something behind them needed attention. They had met me through Hannah, a woman I had worked with at a publishing company in Manhattan before the company downsized, and described it as restructuring. The Holloways were leaving for 10 days to attend Benjamin's mother's wedding in Portugal. My responsibilities were ordinary: feed the dog, water the greenhouse trays, bring in packages, and make the place look occupied. The pay was $1,200. That number had done a lot of work during the interview. Biscuit gets half a tablet with breakfast, Mara had said when I arrived that afternoon. Biscuit was an 11-year-old male golden retriever whose hind legs had begun to stiffen with arthritis. He had followed us through the house, nails tapping on the wide plank floors, occasionally leaning his full weight against my thigh without warning. "Hide it in cheese," Benjamin added. "He can detect it in peanut butter." detects distrust, Mara said. He detects medicine. He detects your attitude. They had smiled at each other, but it was the careful smile of a couple who had already had the argument and were now showing me the version suitable for company. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from Mara. Just boarded. Did we remember to show you the breaker panel? I replied that they had. Then, after a moment, I typed, baby monitor made a strange noise. Is it supposed to be on? 3 dots appeared, vanished, appeared again. No, it's not connected anymore. Probably interference. You can leave it unplugged. That was plausible. Baby monitors picked up cordless phones, radio traffic, other monitors. I knew that because my older sister had once spent a month convinced she could hear strangers breathing through her son's monitor before her husband changed the frequency. I looked at the unplugged unit. It sounded like someone talking. Mara responded almost immediately. That happens sometimes. Old house, lots of nearby systems. Sorry, should have thrown it out. Then everything else okay? Biscuit settled down. I glanced toward the doorway. Biscuit lay on the dining room rug with his chin between his paws, watching me. Everything's fine. Have a good flight. I hated that reply as soon as I sent it. Everything's fine was the phrase I used when I wanted a conversation to end before someone decided I was being difficult. My ex-boyfriend, Paul, used to say I could endure almost anything as long as nobody asked me to state a preference. He had meant it as criticism. I had laughed because laughing made it easier than admitting he was right. I closed the refrigerator and found the sheet of instructions on the kitchen island. Mara had typed 2 pages and placed them in a clear plastic sleeve. Most of the rules were practical. Biscuit ate at 7 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. The mudroom door had to be pulled firmly until the latch caught. The upstairs toilet sometimes ran. Packages from the road could be left in the vestibule. The alarm company might call if the internet dropped. At the bottom of the second page, beneath the Wi-Fi password and the number for their veterinarian, one final line had been added in pen. Please do not enter the nursery after sunset. The door sticks, and the window alarm is unreliable at night. The handwriting leaned sharply to the right, different from the rounded notes Mara had made beside Biscuit's medication schedule. I read it twice. The wording was strange, but the explanation was, if a window sensor had a fault, opening the door might shift the frame or trigger the alarm. Old houses behaved differently after temperatures dropped. Wood swelled, hinges settled, sensors lost contact by a fraction of an inch. Still, it felt like the kind of rule someone wrote after something had already gone wrong. I checked the time. 7:22. According to the weather app, sunset had been at 7:06. The nursery was upstairs, at the far end of the main hallway. Mara had pointed it out during the tour without opening the door. That room's off limits, she had said, moving on quickly. Storage disaster. Benjamin had stopped behind her. It isn't a disaster. It absolutely is. It's organized. You put 4 boxes in a crib. That's still organization. I had assumed they were joking. Now, I remembered how Benjamin's hand had briefly touched the doorknob before he followed us downstairs. Biscuit raised his head. A sound came from upstairs. Not a footstep, more like the dull bump of something tipping against a wall. I waited. The refrigerator compressor stopped, making the room suddenly clearer. Rain had begun to touch the windows, light and widely spaced. Biscuit's ears lifted. Another bump. This time it was followed by a scraping sound. Biscuit stood with effort, front legs first, then his hips. He walked to the bottom of the staircase and looked up. "Old house," I told him. He continued staring. I picked up the instruction sheet and read the final line again. The ink looked black at first, but under the pendant light, it was blue. There was a small indentation beneath the word sunset, as if whoever wrote it had pressed hard enough to nearly tear the paper. My phone showed 2 bars of service. The Wi-Fi icon was full. I considered calling Mara. They would be preparing for takeoff. Even if she answered, what would I say? Your storage room made a noise. Biscuit placed one paw on the first stair. No, I said. He looked back at me. The scraping upstairs stopped. For several seconds, neither of us moved. Then the kitchen lights flickered once, not off exactly, but dim enough that the glass doors of the cabinets briefly reflected the room back at me. When they returned to normal, the baby monitor screen was glowing. It remained unplugged. Story ledger time and place, Friday evening in early October, shortly after sunset, at the Holloway residence in Ridgefield, Connecticut. Which characters are present? Claire Donnelly, 29, female, Biscuit. An elderly male golden retriever. Mara Holloway, 38, female, and Benjamin Holloway, 38, male, have left for Portugal, but communicate briefly by text. Facts revealed Claire is house sitting for 10 days in exchange for $1,200. She needs the money and tends to avoid confrontation or appearing difficult. The nursery is supposedly being used for storage. Written instructions say not to enter it after sunset because the door sticks and the window alarm is unreliable. An unplugged baby monitor has transmitted a man's voice and later illuminated. Unresolved questions whose voice came through the monitor. Who added the handwritten nursery rule? What caused the sounds upstairs? How can the unplugged monitor appear powered? Current stakes. Claire must decide whether the odd events are harmless electrical or structural problems, or serious enough to disturb the homeowners and potentially jeopardize the job. Seated objects or details that may pay off later: the old Motorola baby monitor, the unreliable window alarm, the handwritten rule, the mudroom latch, the breaker panel, Biscuit's medication, weak mobile reception, the hallway nursery, and the house's internet-connected alarm system. Section 2. I did not touch the monitor. That mattered to me afterward. I hadn't bumped the button or loosened some damaged battery inside it. I stood several feet away, holding the plastic sleeve of instructions against my chest, while the little screen cast a pale rectangle across the ceramic lemons. There was no image, only a gray field crossed by thin black bands. Then the screen went dark. Biscuit gave a low, uncertain sound in his throat. Interference, I said. The word came out too quickly. I turned on every downstairs light. It was a childish response, but effective. The kitchen became a kitchen again. White cupboards, copper pans hanging above the island, a grocery list held to the refrigerator with a magnet from Block Island. The dining room showed a stack of unopened mail and a child's booster seat pushed beneath the table. That seat stopped me. The Holloways had not mentioned a child. There had been signs once I started looking. A plastic cup on the draining board with faded pictures of whales. Finger smears low on the glass patio door. A small red raincoat hanging behind 2 adult jackets in the mudroom. None of it was new. The raincoat's shoulders carried a layer of dust. People kept old things. That was all. My sister still had a drawer full of baby spoons, even though her son was 8. I took a photograph of the booster seat, then felt ridiculous and deleted it. The rain strengthened, drumming against the metal, flashing above the kitchen windows. Water collected in the gravel driveway, and every few minutes a car passed on the road, tires making a long, wet hiss that rose and disappeared. Biscuit refused to leave the staircase. I crouched beside him. "Do you need to go out?" His eyes shifted toward me, but his head remained angled upward. I clipped on his leash and led him through the mudroom. The exterior door resisted before releasing with a wet suction sound. Outside, the air smelled of damp soil and chimney smoke. Somewhere beyond the trees, a machine whined steadily, a leaf blower perhaps, or a generator. Biscuit limped to the edge of the lawn, relieved himself, and immediately pulled toward the house. "Good talk," I said. When we returned, the mudroom door would not latch. I pushed it shut. It bounced open an inch. The instructions had warned about that. Pull firmly until the latch caught. I tried again, harder. The latch clicked, but when I tested the knob, the door moved in its frame. Cold air threaded around the edges. I turned the deadbolt. It slid into place without resistance. One practical problem solved, the kind I preferred. In the kitchen, my phone displayed a missed call from an unknown local number. The area code was 203. No voicemail. A second later, the number called again. "Hello." For a moment, I heard only rushing air and a repetitive clicking sound. Then a man said, "Is Ben there?" "No, who's calling?" The line crackled. "Is this the Holloway house?" "Yes, but they've already left." Another pause. Rain rattled against the windows. "This is Ellis. Next door." Ellis Mercer was 64, male, a retired building inspector who lived one property west of the Holloways. His voice was rough and low, and he spoke with the deliberate impatience of someone accustomed to people ignoring instructions until something failed. "Mara said you'd be staying," he continued. "Saw the lights. Right, Claire, I know. That bothered me more than it should have. Is something wrong?" I asked. "Your alarm blinked on my phone." "Your phone." Ben added me as a local contact. "System loses connection sometimes. Usually weather." I looked at the security panel near the pantry. Its display glowed green. "It looks normal. Probably corrected itself. Probably. You'll know if it hasn't." He coughed away from the receiver. I glanced at the monitor. Can electrical interference affect baby monitors? Anything wireless can catch interference. Even when it's unplugged, the clicking on his end stopped. Unplugged from the wall, yes, could have a battery. I picked up the monitor and turned it over. The rear compartment was held shut by a small Phillips head screw. "Maybe," I said. "You hear something, a voice." "What did it say?" The question was immediate. Too immediate. I looked toward the stairs. Nothing clear. It lied automatically. Not because I thought Ellis was dangerous, because the truth sounded foolish once another person was listening. He exhaled through his nose. Ben keeps radios in the basement. Old police scanners. Could be one of those transmitting. Why would that come through a baby monitor? Wouldn't know. Biscuit walked back into the dining room and shook himself, collar tags striking together. Ellis asked, "You been upstairs since they left?" "No." "Good." I waited for him to explain. He didn't. "Why is that good?" "Because you don't know the house yet. Top steps narrower than the others. Easy to miss in the dark." "That's not what you meant." Outside, the machine noise stopped. Without it, I could hear water running through the gutters and dripping heavily onto the stone terrace. Ellis said, "Keep the doors locked. Weather brings deer onto the road, and people turn around in that driveway when they miss the state line." People, drivers. Right. He was trying to end the call. I recognized it because I did the same thing. Before he could hang up, I said, "Why does the instruction sheet say not to enter the nursery after sunset?" This time, the pause lasted long enough that I checked the screen to make sure the call had not dropped. Finally, Ellis said, "Ask Mara." I did. "What'd she tell you?" "That the window alarm is unreliable." "Then that's the reason." "But you don't believe it." "I didn't say that." "You didn't have to." Something shifted upstairs. A light impact. Then another, not random settling. The sounds were evenly spaced, like a drawer being opened and shut. Ellis heard them through the phone. "What was that?" "You tell me." "Where are you?" "In the kitchen." "Stay there." The firmness in his voice made my scalp prickle. "Why? Just stay downstairs." "I'll come over." The call ended. I stared at the phone. Biscuit had returned to the staircase. This time he climbed 2 steps before stopping. His front legs trembled slightly with the effort. "Come back," I said. He climbed another. I followed far enough to catch his collar. The staircase curved at the landing, and from there, I could see most of the second-floor hallway. The nursery door stood at the far end. It had been closed during the tour. Now it was open by several inches. A narrow stripe of yellow light crossed the hallway carpet. The nursery light was on. I pulled Biscuit back 1 step. He resisted, not aggressively, but with a stubborn weight that forced me to brace my feet. Downstairs, someone knocked on the front door. 3 hard strikes. "Claire," Ellis called. I let go of Biscuit and started down. He remained on the landing, staring toward the nursery. Ellis knocked again. At that exact moment, my phone buzzed with a message from Mara. "Please tell me you haven't gone upstairs." I stopped halfway down the staircase. Ellis stood outside the locked front door. Biscuit stood above me, 1 flight from the open nursery. The phone buzzed again. "Do not let anyone into the house until you call me." I called Mara. The phone rang once, then went straight to voicemail. Behind the front door, Ellis knocked again. "Claire, open up." Biscuit's tags jingled above me. He had climbed another stair. I looked from the nursery's yellow light to the deadbolt, then back to Mara's message. "Do not let anyone into the house until you call me." Not don't let Ellis in. Anyone. That distinction kept me from moving for several seconds. "Claire," Ellis called. "Your alarm's showing an open second-floor window." I descended the rest of the stairs, but left the door locked. "Which window?" I asked through it. "The east bedroom, the nursery." A pause. "Yes." Rain tapped against the narrow panes on either side of the door. Through the warped glass, Ellis was only a dark shoulder and the pale blur of his face. "Why didn't you say that on the phone?" "Because I didn't know until the system updated. You told me it corrected itself." "I thought it had." Upstairs, Biscuit barked once. He almost never barked, according to Mara. She had said it during the tour while rubbing the pale fur beneath his chin. He'll grumble at delivery vans, but he hasn't got the lungs for drama anymore. Now he barked again, louder and sharper. Ellis tried the door handle. I stepped back. "What are you doing?" "Checking whether it's locked." "You know it is." "I know the deadbolt's turned. That door doesn't always catch." He was right about doors in that house too often. "Back away from it," I said. "Claire, back away." His shape shifted behind the glass. "All right." The words sounded controlled, but not calm. I hated confrontation. Even through a locked door, I could feel the familiar pressure building under my ribs, the urge to soften what I had said, apologize for the tone, open the door so he wouldn't think I was unreasonable. That habit had kept me in Paul's apartment 3 months longer than I wanted to be there. Not because Paul was violent. He was. He just had a talent for turning every boundary into a trial where I had to prove I was entitled to it. I kept the deadbolt turned. "What does the alarm actually say?" I asked. Ellis raised his phone to the side light. The brightness made a white square against the rain-dark glass. "Zone 12. East window open. Communication fault. Can you show me the screen? It won't mean anything to you." "Show me anyway." For a moment, he didn't. Then the phone appeared against the pane. I could only read part of it backward. HOLLOWAYRES, Zone 12 open. There was a red icon beneath the text. The rest was obscured by water on the glass. "That could be a screenshot," I said. "You think I drove over here in the rain to show you a fake alarm? You live next door. That road is half a mile around." The nursery door creaked upstairs. Not a loud horror movie groan. A short, dry complaint from an old hinge. Biscuit's nails scratched rapidly against the hardwood. Then something heavy struck the floor. I turned from the door. Biscuit. No answer except the rain and the security panel beginning to beep. One soft tone every 2 seconds. The panel's green display had changed to amber. "Trouble, Zone 12." Ellis saw my face through the glass. "It's real now, isn't it?" I crossed to the panel. Beneath the warning, smaller letters scrolled across the screen. "Open sensor / low temp." "What does low temperature mean?" I called. "Could mean the window's open." "How low?" "It's on the sensor." A third message appeared. "Fire system supervisory." The panel began beeping faster. My phone rang. "Mara," I answered immediately. "Claire, listen to me." Her voice was low and breathless. Airport announcements echoed behind her. "The nursery window is open," I said. "The alarm says fire system supervisory. Biscuit's upstairs." "Is Ellis there?" "He's outside." "Do not open the door." Ellis shouted through the glass. "Tell her the temperature sensor triggered." Mara went quiet. "You told him I'm on the phone. He can see me." "Claire, go to the kitchen. Turn off the furnace using the red switch beside the basement door." "What's happening?" "Just do it." "Is there a fire?" "No, I don't think so." "You don't think so? Please." The word was almost lost under an airport announcement. I found the switch in a metal box beside the basement door. It resembled a light switch, except the plate was red and labeled emergency gas burner. I flipped it down. Faint vibration beneath the kitchen floor stopped. I hadn't noticed the furnace running until it was. "What now?" I asked. "Open the kitchen windows. The alarm says an upstairs window is already open." "Open the kitchen windows, Claire." Ellis pounded on the front door. "Don't open anything until you check the carbon monoxide display," he called. Mara heard him. "Do not listen to Ellis." "Why?" "Because he doesn't know the system. He says he helped install it." "He didn't install anything." Ellis shouted. "That furnace had a backdraft problem last winter." My grip tightened on the phone. Mara said, "He is not coming inside." "Is there carbon monoxide in the house?" "I don't know." The beeping panel answered for her with another alert. This one came from a separate white detector mounted in the hall. 4 sharp chirps. Pause. 4 sharp chirps. I knew that sound. Everyone knew that sound. Carbon monoxide. "Get outside," Mara said. "Biscuit's upstairs." "Leave him." Stared toward the staircase. "What? Claire, you have to leave now." Biscuit made a sound above me. A thin whine followed by a soft thump. He had fallen or collapsed. "No, Claire, I'm not leaving him. You can't go upstairs. He can barely walk. Then open the front door and get yourself out." With Ellis standing there, Mara's breath caught. The detector chirped again. 4 beats. Pause. 4 beats. My phone displayed 1 bar of service. "Why are you afraid of him?" I asked. "I'll explain later." "No, explain enough. I can't do that while you're inside a house with a possible carbon monoxide leak." Ellis stopped knocking. Through the rain-streaked pane, I saw him back away from the porch. Then he lifted both hands, palms toward me. "I'm going around to shut off the gas at the exterior meter," he shouted. Mara heard that too. "No," she said. "Don't let him near the meter. He's already moving." "Claire, stop him." "You told me not to open the door. Use the side window. Tell him the gas company is coming." "Is it? I'm calling them." The call broke into static. "Mara, nothing." The screen showed call failed. The detector continued its 4-beat warning. I grabbed my coat from the dining room chair, pressed the fabric over my nose and mouth, even though I knew that did almost nothing against carbon monoxide, and ran toward the stairs. The air did not smell unusual. That was part of the problem. Carbon monoxide had no smell. The house still smelled of lemon cleaner, wet dog, and the faint toasted dust odor of a furnace warming after summer. "Biscuit," I called. My voice sounded strangely flat. I climbed quickly until the hallway tilted. At first, I thought I had stood too fast. Then my left hand missed the banister. I caught myself against the wall. A headache pressed behind my eyes, sudden and dense. The nursery door was open wider now. The yellow light inside flickered. Biscuit lay on the hallway floor 10 feet from it, his hind legs angled beneath him. His chest moved, slow but moving. I took 1 step toward him. From inside the nursery came the rapid beeping of a second detector, and underneath it, barely audible, a repetitive mechanical click, like a lighter being struck again and again. Story ledger time and place, Friday evening, shortly after 8:00 p.m., during heavy rain at the Holloway residence in Ridgefield, Connecticut. Which characters are present? Claire Donnelly, 29, female, Biscuit. An elderly male golden retriever, Ellis Mercer, 64, male. Outside the house, Mara Holloway, 38, female. speaking by phone from an airport. Facts revealed the nursery window sensor reports open and low temperature. The home alarm indicates a fire system supervisory fault. A carbon monoxide detector activates. Mara instructs Claire to shut down the furnace and leave Biscuit behind, while Ellis claims the furnace had a previous backdraft issue. Mara insists Ellis does not understand the system and must not enter or access the gas meter. Claire begins experiencing a headache and poor coordination, consistent with possible carbon monoxide exposure. Biscuit has collapsed near the nursery. Unresolved questions. Is the carbon monoxide alarm genuine or malfunctioning? Why does Mara distrust Ellis? Why did Ellis know about a previous furnace issue? What opened the nursery window? What is making the mechanical clicking sound inside the room? Why is Mara more concerned about the nursery and Ellis than about the house itself? Current stakes: Claire may be suffering carbon monoxide exposure. She must evacuate while also trying to rescue Biscuit, who cannot walk properly. The homeowners are unreachable. Emergency services have not yet arrived, and Ellis is moving toward the exterior gas meter despite Mara's warning. Seated objects or details that may pay off later: the red furnace cutoff switch, Zone 12, the low temperature alert, the carbon monoxide detectors, Ellis's alarm screenshot, the exterior gas meter, the open nursery window, Claire's coat, the flickering nursery light, and the lighter like mechanical clicking. Conflict challenge section 2. I should have turned around. That is obvious now. At the time, Biscuit lifted his head and looked directly at me. His eyes were glassy. A strand of saliva hung from his lower lip and darkened the floor beneath his muzzle. Come on, buddy. I reached him and slid one arm beneath his chest. He weighed at least 70 pounds, maybe more. Dead weight from a large dog is different from a sleeping child or a suitcase. It shifts without warning. Limbs fold. The body doesn't understand how you need it to cooperate. I tried to lift him. My knees nearly gave out. The hallway rolled sideways, then corrected itself. The detector inside the nursery chirped again. 4 sharp notes. The clicking continued. I looked through the gap in the door. The nursery was not a storage disaster. It was almost empty. A white crib stood against one wall with its mattress removed. Cardboard boxes had been stacked neatly beneath the window. A wooden rocking chair faced the doorway. The ceiling light was off. The yellow glow came from a table lamp on the floor. Its shade had been removed. Beside it sat a portable camping heater, the kind that attached to a small green propane cylinder. The heater's ignition switch was clicking. Its metal grate glowed faintly orange. I stopped breathing for a second, which was useless but instinctive. Propane heaters were not meant for enclosed bedrooms. Even models advertised for indoor use required ventilation. If the nursery window had opened, that might have been preventing the situation from becoming worse or causing the alarm. I dragged Biscuit backward by the harness Mara had left on him. His body moved inches at a time. His nails scraped over the floorboards, producing a high, unpleasant squeak. Claire, Ellis's voice came from outside, farther away now. I pulled again. The muscles in my lower back clenched. My vision narrowed at the edges. The window in the nursery stood open roughly 6 inches. Rain blew through the gap and dotted the boxes beneath it. One curtain had wrapped itself around the alarm sensor. The heater clicked. Flame appeared behind the grate, then vanished. I did not enter the room. I leaned in just far enough to see the control knob. It had been turned nearly to maximum. There was a black digital timer plugged into the wall behind it. Its display showed 8:17. A red light blinked beside the word on. Somebody had set the heater to start automatically. That was not an old house problem. A sound came from the front lawn, metal striking metal. Ellis at the gas meter. I pulled Biscuit another foot. My phone buzzed in my pocket, but when I tried to answer, my thumb slid across the screen twice before I managed it. Mara, a male voice replied. Ridgefield Emergency Dispatch. Is this Claire Donnelly? Yes. The dispatcher was Daniel Ruiz, 34, male, calm-voiced and precise. I never saw him, but I remember his voice better than the faces of some people I have known for years. He spoke without urgency, which was exactly what I needed. We have a carbon monoxide alarm at your address. Are you outside? No. Leave the residence immediately. My dog collapsed. Do not attempt to carry the dog if it delays your exit. He's not my dog. The correction made no sense. Daniel ignored it. Can you reach an exterior door? I'm upstairs. Move toward the stairs. Stay low if you feel dizzy, but do not crawl unless you need to. Carbon monoxide mixes throughout the air. I pulled Biscuit by the harness. His body slid a few more inches. I found a propane heater. Where? In a nursery. Is there visible fire? No. Do not switch electrical devices on or off. Do not touch the heater. Leave the room and exit the house. The furnace is off. Good. Do not operate anything else. I looked back toward the nursery. Timer display changed from 8:17 to 8:18. What time were you told not to enter the room? Daniel asked. The question startled me. After sunset. Who told you that? The homeowners. Are they inside? No. Is anyone else inside? No. Biscuit's hind leg twitched. Someone's outside, I said. A neighbor. Do not stop to speak with him. Fire and police are en route. How far? Units have been dispatched. It was the answer dispatchers gave when they could not promise a time. Holloway's road was narrow, unlit, and already collecting water. The nearest fire station was several miles away. Every minute suddenly had weight. I wrapped both hands around Biscuit's harness. Claire, Daniel said, leave the dog and exit now. I can't. You are showing symptoms of exposure. I can get him to the stairs. If you lose consciousness, responders will have 2 victims instead of 1. That landed. I looked down at Biscuit. His breathing had become shallow. Leaving him felt cruel. Staying felt stupid. My private weakness was not kindness. I want to be honest about that. Kindness would have involved making a clear decision quickly. My weakness was that I could not bear being the person who chose herself when someone else might suffer for it. I had spent years believing self-sacrifice was proof of character, when often it was just fear of being blamed. I pulled once more. Biscuit's front legs reached the top stair. Then the hallway lights went out. The detector stopped in the middle of its warning. The whole house dropped into darkness, except for the bare yellow nursery lamp. The security alarm downstairs began producing a continuous electronic scream. Biscuit jerked at the sound. His body rolled. I grabbed the harness, but the strap twisted through my fingers. He slid onto the first stair, then the second, his shoulders striking the wall. I threw myself down and caught him around the chest. His weight pulled me forward. My right knee hit the edge of a step. Pain flashed up my thigh. The phone flew from my hand and bounced down the stairs, Daniel's voice becoming distant. "Claire, Claire, can you hear me?" I held Biscuit with both arms. His hindquarters remained on the landing while his front half hung over the stairs. The narrow top step gave me almost no room to brace. Below us, the front door shook in its frame. "Claire," Ellis shouted. "The power line S down across the drive. You need to get out the back." The alarm's continuous tone stopped. For 1 second, there was only the rain and Biscuit's rough breathing against my wrist. Then glass broke downstairs. A window, not the front door. Somewhere near the mudroom, I heard Ellis curse. "Don't come in," I shouted. The words tore at my throat. A beam of light swept across the lower hallway, not lightning, a flashlight. Footsteps entered the house. Fast, heavy, and wet. "Fire department," a man called. Relief loosened my grip for half a second. Then Ellis yelled from outside, "That's not them." The flashlight beam vanished. The footsteps stopped. Daniel's voice came faintly from the phone at the bottom of the staircase. "Claire, police have not arrived. Do not approach anyone inside." I tightened my hold on Biscuit. Below us, the person in the dark began climbing the stairs. Slowly now, 1 step at a time. The person stopped 3 steps below the turn in the staircase. I could not see his face. The lower half of the stairs curved away from me, enclosed by the wall on one side and the banister on the other. His flashlight beam pointed down now, making a white oval on the runner carpet. Water dripped from his clothes in slow, dark spots. "Claire," he said. He knew my name. Biscuit sagged against my arms. His ribs expanded weakly beneath my wrist. "Stay where you are." My voice sounded thin against the alarm panel's dying electronic whine downstairs. The man lifted one hand into view. Empty palm, dark jacket sleeve, a plastic hospital-style wristband around his wrist. "My name is Owen," he said. "Mara sent me." Owen Hale was 32, male, broad through the shoulders, with close-cropped brown hair and a shallow cut over his left eyebrow. I saw those details a few seconds later when he raised the flashlight under his chin, not in a dramatic way, but to let me identify him. The light made his skin look gray. "That's not what she told me." "I know. Police are coming. Then they'll find me here." He took 1 step upward. "Stop," he stopped. Below us, Daniel's voice came faintly from my phone. "Claire, stay on the line." The phone rested face up near the bottom step, screen glowing. Owen glanced toward it. "You called emergency services." The carbon monoxide alarm called them. His expression changed at that. Not fear exactly, calculation. "Where S. Ellis?" "Outside." "Did you let him touch the gas?" "No." A sound burst from the nursery. 3 rapid knocks, hard enough to shake the partially open door. Owen spun toward it. For 1 6-second, the pattern sounded deliberate. Someone on the other side of the wall. Someone trapped. The knocks came again. 3 fast impacts, then a scraping rush. Owen raised his flashlight. "What is that?" The nursery window banged inward. Wind had caught it. The sash struck the wooden stop 3 times before the curtain wrapped around the latch and held it. Rain sprayed across the boxes beneath the sill. The explanation should have calmed me. It didn't. It only meant the window was open wider now, and the room's air was moving into the hall. "Owen," I said, "why did Mara send you?" He looked back at me. "To get something out of the nursery." Biscuit shifted, and my injured knee folded slightly. Pain shot up my leg. I pressed my shoulder against the wall to keep us both from sliding. "What? A box? There are 6. The one with blue tape. Why?" "Because Ellis can't see it." A laugh escaped me, short and wrong. "You broke into the house during a carbon monoxide alarm to hide a box from the neighbor." "I didn't know about the alarm until I got here." "You said Mara sent you." "She did. Then call her. She's on a plane." "She called me 15 minutes ago." His jaw tightened. The flashlight dipped. That was the first moment I believed he might be lying. Not because of what he said, because he looked annoyed that I had contradicted him. Side, Ellis shouted from somewhere near the back of the house. "Claire, the mudroom window's broken. Stay upstairs." Owen raised his voice. "Ellis, back away from the house." Ellis answered with something I couldn't hear over the rain. Owen looked up at me again. "Listen carefully. He's been waiting for this house to be empty. And you haven't. I have a key. You came through a window. The back door was dead bolted. That proves nothing. It proves you locked a door I was told would be open." My stomach tightened. Mara had told me to secure the house. Had she also told Owen the opposite? Daniel's voice came through the phone again. "Claire, officers are delayed by a downed tree near Old West Mountain Road. Fire is approaching from the south. Can you move away from the stairs?" "No," I called. Owen looked toward the phone. "How delayed?" Daniel heard him. "Sir, identify yourself." Owen did not answer. That told me more than anything else. "Move back downstairs," I said. "I can carry the dog." "No. You can barely hold him." He was right, which made me angrier. Biscuit's body was heavy with heat. His breath had a sour smell. My forearms shook from the strain, and sweat gathered beneath my coat despite the cold air spilling from the nursery. Owen took another step. I pulled Biscuit closer and reached behind me for something, anything. My hand found the nursery doorframe. Then the wooden rocking chair inside the room. I hooked 2 fingers through one of its vertical spindles and dragged. The chair scraped across the floor toward me. The propane heater stood 3 feet beyond it, flame flickering weakly behind the grate. The digital timer continued glowing from its backup battery, even though the house had lost power. Owen's face changed. "Don't go in there. You wanted the box. Not with the heater running. So you knew about it." I knew there was equipment in the room. "What equipment?" He didn't answer. I dragged the rocking chair into the hall and wedged it sideways across the top of the stairs. It was not much of a barricade. The curved runners rested against the baseboard and banister, leaving gaps on either side. But Owen would have to move it before reaching us. "Claire," he said, "you're making this harder." I think that was already handled. He climbed one more step. I shoved the chair forward. It struck his shin. He swore and caught the banister. Biscuit slipped from my arms. This time I could not stop him. He rolled onto his side and slid beneath the rocking chair down 2 steps, then jammed against Owen's legs. Owen bent instinctively and grabbed the dog's harness. "Let go of him. I'm stopping him from falling. Let go. He'll break his neck." We were both shouting now, the argument stripped down to animal urgency. Owen lifted Biscuit enough to turn him across the width of the stairs. The dog groaned. "Help me," Owen said. "We take him down together." It was the first solution that made physical sense. I hated that it came from him. The front of the house crackled with blue-white light. A transformer blew somewhere beyond the trees. The flash filled the stairwell windows, followed by a flat electrical boom that struck the walls. For an instant, I thought something had exploded inside the house. Then, the emergency lights came on. 2 battery-powered fixtures above the downstairs hall glowed dim red. In that light, I saw the bottom of Owen's jacket clearly. There was blood on it, not a smear from the cut over his eyebrow. A wide, dark patch across his right side. "Are you hurt?" He looked down as though he had forgotten. "Glass. From the window." "Yes." The answer came too fast. He shifted Biscuit's weight, and his face tightened. The patch spread. He was bleeding enough to be dangerous to himself, but not yet enough to stop moving. Daniel's voice called from below. "Claire, fire crews report the driveway is blocked by a live utility line. They're approaching on foot from the road. Estimated arrival several minutes." Several minutes. It sounded manageable. Then smoke began drifting from the nursery. Not black smoke, a pale, greasy haze spreading near the ceiling. The lamp had fallen against the wet curtain. The bulb was still hot from before the outage, and the shade-less fixture had landed in a cardboard box filled with folded fabric. The material smoldered slowly, producing a bitter smell like scorched hair and dust. Owen looked up. "We need to move." The problem had changed. Carbon monoxide was no longer the only reason to leave. Story ledger time and place Friday evening, approximately 8:35 p.m. during heavy rain and a neighborhood power failure at the Holloway residence in Ridgefield, Connecticut. Claire and Biscuit are at the top of the curved main staircase. Owen is several steps below. The nursery is at the east end of the upstairs hallway. Which characters are present? Claire Donnelly, 29, female, Biscuit. An elderly male golden retriever, Owen Hale, 32, male, Ellis Mercer, 64, male, outside, Daniel Ruiz, 34, male, on the emergency call. Facts revealed the intruder identifies himself as Owen Hale and claims Mara sent him to recover a box marked with blue tape before Ellis could find it. He expected an exterior door to be left open and refuses to identify himself to emergency dispatch. He has a bleeding injury at his right side. The frightening knocking from the nursery is explained by the wind repeatedly slamming the open window. Emergency crews are delayed by a blocked approach and live utility line. A hot lamp has fallen into a box of fabric and begun producing smoke. Unresolved questions. Did Mara truly send Owen? What is inside the blue taped box? Why must Ellis not see it? How was Owen injured? And did he really enter through the broken window? Why did he know there was equipment in the nursery? Was the heater deliberately timed? Current stakes. Claire and Owen must move an unconscious or severely weakened Biscuit down a narrow staircase before smoke and possible carbon monoxide make the upper floor uninhabitable. Claire does not trust Owen, but she cannot move the dog alone. Emergency crews cannot reach the house immediately. Seated objects or details that may pay off later, the blue taped box, Owen's hospital-style wristband, his bleeding side, the rocking chair barricade, battery-powered emergency lights, the fallen nursery lamp, folded fabric in the box, the live power line, and the open window curtain. Rising action. Section 2. We tried the front door first. That was our first mistake. Owen lowered Biscuit one step at a time while I backed down beneath him, supporting the dog's chest. The rocking chair remained jammed at the top landing behind us. Smoke gathered there in a thin horizontal layer, following the ceiling toward the staircase. My knee refused to bend normally. Each step forced a bright pulse through the joint. By the time we reached the curve, my palms had gone slick on Biscuit's harness. "Don't drop him," I said. "I'm not planning to." "You almost did. You were the one pulling him uphill. Because you entered the house." "Not now, Claire." He said my name like we had known each other longer than 10 minutes. At the bottom, we laid Biscuit on the hallway rug. The carbon monoxide detector had gone quiet with the power loss, but the security panel's backup battery continued producing a weak treble tone. Red emergency light flattened everything: the framed family photos, the umbrella stand, the small table beside the door into dark shapes and edges. Owen knelt beside Biscuit. "He's breathing. I can see that. He needs oxygen. So do we." I went to the front door and looked through the side light. The porch was empty. Beyond it, the driveway curved left through a line of hemlocks before disappearing toward the road. About 40 yards down, blue electrical sparks snapped from something lying across the gravel. The power line. It moved slightly in the rain like a black rope. Ellis stood on the lawn well away from it, waving a flashlight toward the house. "Back exit," he shouted. "Use the terrace." The terrace lay behind the kitchen, on the south side of the house. From there, stone steps descended to the lower lawn, and a narrow path led around the greenhouse toward Ellis's property. Owen shook his head. "Not that way." "Why?" "Because that's where he wants us." "You think he dropped the power line?" "I think he knew the line was weak." "That isn't the same thing." Owen pressed one hand against his bleeding side. "He's trying to funnel us out back. Or he's trying to keep us away from live electricity." The smoke alarm upstairs finally activated on its own battery. 3 shrill notes. Pause. 3 again. Fire. The sound cut through the house and ended the argument. I unlocked the front door. Owen grabbed my wrist. "Don't. Fire crews are coming from the road. Across the live line, they're coming on foot. Then wait for them. Upstairs is smoking. The door contains it. The nursery door is open." He looked toward the staircase. That was enough. I pulled my wrist free. Rain struck my face when I opened the door. The cold helped clear my head. "Daniel," I called toward the phone, still lying near the stairs. "We're going outside." No answer. The call had disconnected. Owen and I lifted Biscuit again and carried him onto the porch. The wet boards were slick beneath my shoes. We made it 3 steps. Then a branch dropped from the maple beside the driveway. It hit the live line. The sound was not a thunderous explosion. It was a vicious snapping buzz, followed by a spray of orange sparks. Electricity jumped through the wet branch and flashed across the gravel. Owen stumbled backward. Biscuit's body slipped between us. We lowered him just before his head hit the porch. The front route was impossible, not merely dangerous, closed. Ellis shouted from the lawn, but the rain scattered his words. We dragged Biscuit back into the hall. Attempt 1 had gained us less than 20 feet and filled the entrance with rainwater. My injured knee trembled uncontrollably now. Owen leaned against the wall. His face had lost what little color it had. "You're bleeding worse," I said. "I know." He unzipped his jacket. A triangular piece of glass protruded through his shirt, just above his right hip. I stared at it. "Don't pull it out." "I wasn't going to. Sit down. We don't have time." "That's exactly why you need to stop making it worse." He lowered himself against the wall, one hand braced on the floor. The cut over his eyebrow had stopped bleeding. The wound at his side had not. His shirt clung darkly around the glass. "You didn't get that climbing through the window," I said. "No." At least he admitted it. "How?" "Ellis hit me with a garden lantern." From outside, Ellis shouted again. Owen continued before I could respond. "I came through the mudroom using a key. He was waiting inside, in the kitchen." I looked toward the back of the house. The kitchen lay through the dining room. Beyond it were the mudroom on the west side, the basement door beside the pantry, and the glass doors to the terrace on the south wall. Ellis should not have been able to reach the lawn without passing through one of those exits. "You said the back door was dead bolted." "After I got out." "Who broke the window?" "I did, to get back in." The story was becoming more coherent. That did not make it true. "Why would Ellis attack you?" "Because of the box." "What's in it?" Owen looked at the family photographs on the hall wall. "Records." "What kind?" "Medical." The hospital wristband around his arm suddenly mattered. I crouched beside him, keeping weight off my right knee. "Whose?" He met my eyes. "Mine." The smoke alarm sounded again. Above us, a dull crack came from the nursery. Something collapsed. A line of smoke began descending the staircase. We had one viable route left, the terrace. Attempt 2. I found 2 bath towels in the downstairs linen closet, soaked them at the kitchen sink, and wrapped one loosely over Biscuit's head and neck. Owen pressed the other around the glass at his side without removing it. The kitchen was colder now. One of the mudroom panes had shattered inward, scattering glass over the tile. Rain blew through the opening. A muddy shoe print crossed the floor beside the broken pieces. Not Owen's. His boots had deep, rectangular tread. The print was narrow, with a smooth heel and a diagonal cut across the sole. It led from the mudroom toward the basement, then stopped. The basement door stood open by 2 inches. "I shut that," I said. Owen looked at the door. "You sure?" "Yes." A scraping sound came from below, slow, heavy. Then the basement stairs creaked. I grabbed a carving knife from the block beside the stove. Owen reached for a copper pan. The scraping continued upward. My hand shook so hard the knife tapped against the counter. The basement door moved. Biscuit suddenly lifted his head and gave a broken bark. The door opened wider. A round shape pushed through near the floor. I stepped back and raised the knife. The holloways robotic vacuum bumped into the kitchen. Its battery warning chimed twice. A torn plastic grocery bag had wrapped around one wheel, producing the dragging sound. For several seconds, neither Owen nor I spoke. Then he let the pan fall to his side. Good security system. The laugh that came out of me turned into a cough. The vacuum rolled in a slow circle and struck the cabinet. Realistic, explainable. Still, the basement door had been open. We pushed the vacuum aside and crossed to the terrace doors. They would not open. The deadbolt turned, but the right-hand door remained fixed in the frame. I pulled harder. Nothing. The wood swells, I said. Owen examined the top edge. No, there's a security pin. A steel pin had been dropped through the upper frame into the door. It could only be removed from inside with a step stool or chair. I dragged one of the kitchen stools over, climbed carefully, and reached up. My knee buckled. Owen caught the stool before it tipped, grunting as the movement pulled at his wound. Hold it still. I am. My fingers closed around the pin. It lifted half an inch, then stopped, bent. Someone had hammered it sideways. The terrace exit had been deliberately disabled. Behind us, the basement door opened another inch. Not the vacuum this time. A hand appeared around its edge. Ellis stepped into the kitchen, soaked through, holding a short fireplace poker. Blood ran from a cut on his cheek. Owen raised the copper pan. Ellis looked at him, then at me. You need to get away from him, Owen said. He locked the terrace. Ellis's face tightened. I locked it because Mara told me to. Why? To keep him from taking her son's records. The words struck the room harder than shouting would have. Upstairs, something glass shattered. Smoke thickened in the dining room doorway. Ellis moved toward Biscuit. Owen blocked him. Neither man seemed willing to step aside. Fire crews are coming, I said. Ellis glanced toward the front. They can't cross the line until utility cuts it. Then how do we get out? The greenhouse path. The terrace door is pinned. There's another way. He pointed to the basement. A utility tunnel, he explained, ran from the cellar to the detached greenhouse. It had once carried heating pipes before the greenhouse was converted to electric mats. The passage was narrow but walkable. Owen gave a tired, humorless smile. And you waited until now to mention it. I didn't know she'd lock the front. I locked the front, I said. Both men looked at me. The house gave a low structural groan. Then the nursery window broke inward. The sound traveled down the stairwell in a rush of breaking glass and falling wood. Smoke poured across the upstairs landing. The main staircase disappeared behind it. A burning strip of curtain dropped onto the lower steps. Our retreat to the front hall was gone. The kitchen terrace would not open. The mudroom window was too small for Biscuit and surrounded by glass. The basement passage was the only route left. Ellis pulled the basement door fully open. A cold draft rose from below, carrying the smells of wet stone, fuel oil, and standing water. The lights were out. Somewhere beneath the house, a pump started and stopped with a sick mechanical cough. Then water splashed across the cellar floor. The storm was flooding the basement. Owen lifted Biscuit's front half. Ellis took the rear. I stood between them with the knife still in my hand, staring down into the dark. Behind us, flame reached the dining room ceiling. The choice was over. We carried Biscuit underground. The basement stairs were steep enough that we could not carry Biscuit normally. Ellis went first, walking backward with both hands beneath the dog's hindquarters. Owen held the harness at the chest. I stayed beside Owen, one hand on Biscuit's shoulder and the other sliding along the wall. Smoke followed us through the doorway. It moved low now, darkening the ceiling above the kitchen before spilling down the stairwell in slow folds. The fire upstairs made a dry, hungry sound, wood snapping, glass ticking in its frame, something heavier collapsing over our heads. "Close the door," Ellis said. I pulled it shut behind us. The latch clicked. Almost immediately, the basement became quieter. Not safe, just separate. The cellar stretched beneath most of the house. The furnace occupied the near left corner, beside the red emergency switch wiring and a tall water heater. Shelving lined the wall to our right. Paint tins, mason jars, folded tarps. Beyond them, the floor dropped by 2 shallow steps into an older stone section where rainwater gleamed in the beams of our phones. The sump pump sat in a pit near the center. It coughed once, stopped. Water was already over the soles of Ellis's boots. "The tunnel's behind the boiler room," he said. "There is no boiler room," Owen replied. "There used to be." Ellis moved ahead without waiting. We lowered Biscuit onto an old canvas tarp. He remained conscious, barely. His eyes tracked the light, but his legs did not respond when I touched them. Owen leaned against the shelving. The towel around his wound had turned almost black. "You're going to pass out," I said. "Not yet. You don't get to schedule it." He gave a weak breath that might have been a laugh. Ellis crossed the flooded section toward a plywood partition built against the north foundation wall. A workbench stood in front of it, crowded with tools and several old radio receivers, police scanners. Their displays were dark without power, but one handheld unit sat on the bench with a charging battery attached. The baby monitor's voice came back to me. Wrong room. Not interference, a radio transmission. Ellis saw me looking. "Ben collects them. You used one to speak through the monitor." His shoulders stiffened. Owen turned his head. "What?" The monitor picked up a man saying "wrong room." Ellis kept moving tools from the bench. "Cheap electronics cross frequencies. You were watching the alarm. You knew when I went upstairs. I knew when the window opened. You asked what the voice said. That proves I was concerned." "No," Owen said. "It proves you knew there was a voice." Ellis stopped. For several seconds, the only sounds were water dripping through the floor joists and the muffled fire overhead. Then Ellis pushed the workbench aside. Behind it was a narrow wooden door. A new steel hasp had been installed across it. The padlock hung open. "You unlocked that before tonight," I said. "We don't have time for this." He opened the door. Passage beyond was lined with stone for the first several feet, then narrowed into a concrete utility trench just over 5 feet high. Rusted pipes ran along one wall. Water streamed toward us from the darkness. "The greenhouse is about 60 yards, Ellis said. "The tunnel rises halfway." Owen looked at the flow around our ankles. "If it rises, why is water coming this direction?" Ellis did not answer. He crouched beside Biscuit. "Take the front." Owen did not move. "Where are the records?" he asked. In the greenhouse. You told Claire they were in the nursery. I said you were trying to take them. You knew they'd already been moved. Ellis straightened slowly. The fireplace poker remained in his right hand. I had almost forgotten it. That was the danger of talking to someone. After enough sentences, the object in his hand started to look like a prop instead of a weapon. Owen pushed away from the shelf. Mara found the inspection copies, he said to me. After Caleb died, the names settled into place. The booster seat, the red raincoat, the crib without a mattress. Mara's son, I asked. Owen nodded. 5 years old, carbon monoxide exposure 3 winters ago. Ellis spoke over him. The furnace passed every required test. Because you signed the test, it passed. You never entered the house. Ellis tightened his grip on the poker. Owen continued, watching him. Caleb got sick twice before he died. Headaches, vomiting, falling asleep in the afternoon. The hospital records showed elevated carboxyhemoglobin, but Ben told the doctors their fireplace had backdrafted. Ellis certified the furnace afterward. I inspected it. You copied an old report and changed the date. The water reached my ankles. Overhead, something struck the kitchen floor hard enough to release a cloud of dust from between the joists. I coughed into my sleeve. The box, I said. What is actually in it? Caleb's hospital records, Owen said. Original furnace service reports. Emails between Ellis and Ben. And your wristband. He looked at the plastic band. Emergency room, tonight. Why? Ellis hit my car on Route 35. Ellis's expression barely shifted. Owen touched the cut above his eyebrow. I went off the shoulder. Someone called an ambulance. I left before they finished treating me because Mara said Ellis had come here. Why would Mara tell both of you to come? She didn't tell him, Owen said. Ellis moved first. He swung the poker toward Owen's injured side. Owen blocked with his forearm, but the impact drove him into the shelving. Paint cans toppled. One burst open on the concrete, spreading white paint across the water. I grabbed Ellis's jacket from behind. He threw an elbow backward. It struck my cheek. My teeth snapped together. Light flashed across my vision. I lost my grip. Ellis turned and shoved me. My bad knee twisted under me. Something tore inside it with a damp, internal pop. I hit the flooded floor. The water was shockingly cold. For half a second, I could not inhale. Ellis stepped over me and reached for Owen again. Biscuit barked. One cracked, furious sound. He lunged from the tarp and caught Ellis's trouser leg. The dog's hindquarters did not rise. He dragged himself forward with his front legs, teeth clamped into wet fabric. Ellis kicked. His boot struck Biscuit beneath the jaw. The dog released him and went still. I saw the carving knife on the floor beside the tarp. I reached for it, then stopped. Ellis was close enough that I could have driven it into the back of his leg. I knew exactly where. Instead, I grabbed the loose plastic bag wrapped around the robotic vacuum, which had been dragged downstairs on the tarp without any of us noticing. I looped it around Ellis's ankle and pulled with both hands. His foot slid in the paint-slick water. He fell backward. The poker struck the concrete and spun away. Owen dropped onto him. Not cleanly, not powerfully. He collapsed with his full weight across Ellis's chest, one hand pressed to his bleeding side, the other searching for the poker. Ellis drove his thumb into Owen's wound. Owen screamed. I crawled through the water and seized the poker first. Stop, Ellis looked at me. I held the pointed end toward his face. My arms shook. Claire, he said, breathing hard. He set the heater. Owen froze. That single sentence reopened everything. Ellis saw it. He knew the timer. He knew the room. Ask him why. I looked at Owen. He was pale enough that his lips had lost their color. I moved the heater into the nursery yesterday, he said. The poker dipped. You what? Mara asked me to test whether the alarm would register a portable combustion source. You turned it on for 3 minutes with the window open. The timer was set for tonight. I didn't set the timer. Ellis smiled from beneath him. You can't prove that. A cracking sound traveled across the ceiling. Longer this time. The kitchen floor bowed downward between 2 joists. Burning insulation dropped through a gap and hissed in the water. The house was beginning to come apart above us. Ellis twisted suddenly. He threw Owen aside, grabbed Biscuit's harness, and pulled the dog toward the tunnel. Move, he shouted, unless you want all of us buried. It looked like rescue, until I saw the blue tape inside the tunnel. A cardboard archive box sat 10 feet beyond the entrance, positioned just above the flowing water. Ellis had not been leading us out. He had been leading us to the records. Story ledger time and place, Friday evening, approximately 8:59, 00 p.m., in the flooded basement beneath the Holloway house. The group is gathered near the north foundation wall, where a utility tunnel leads toward the detached greenhouse. Which characters are present? Claire Donnelly, 29, female, Biscuit, elderly male golden retriever Owen Hale, 32, male Ellis Mercer, 64, male. Facts revealed Mara's 5-year-old son, Caleb, died 3 winters earlier following carbon monoxide exposure. Owen claims Ellis falsified a furnace inspection by reusing an old report. The blue taped box contains Caleb's hospital records, furnace service documents, and communications between Ellis and Benjamin. Owen had been treated at an emergency room after Ellis allegedly forced his car off the road. Owen admits he previously placed the propane heater in the nursery at Mara's request for an alarm test, but denies setting the timer for that evening. Ellis used or understood the radio interference that reached the baby monitor. The archive box is already inside the tunnel. Unresolved questions: who programmed the heater to activate? How deeply was Benjamin involved in hiding the furnace defect? Did Mara create the test? Or was Owen manipulated into preparing the setup? Is the tunnel truly passable to the greenhouse? Current stakes: the fire is damaging the kitchen floor above the basement. Claire has sustained a serious knee injury. Owen is losing blood, and Biscuit has been kicked and is barely responsive. Ellis is trying to reach the records, which may be the only evidence proving the circumstances of Caleb's death. Seated objects or details that may pay off later: the police scanners, baby monitor transmission, white paint spreading through floodwater, fireplace poker, robotic vacuum bag, blue taped archive box, utility pipes, failing sump pump, and weakened kitchen floor. Climax, Section 2. Ellis let go of Biscuit and lunged into the tunnel. Owen caught the back of his jacket. The fabric tore. Ellis stumbled but kept his feet, splashing toward the box. I pushed myself upright using the workbench. My right leg would not take weight. Not pain, failure. The knee folded whenever I tried to stand. I dragged myself to Biscuit instead. He was breathing through his mouth. A faint whistle came with each exhale. When I touched the side of his jaw, one eye opened. "Stay with me." The words were automatic. Owen followed Ellis into the tunnel. "Leave the box," he shouted. Ellis reached it first. He lifted the archive box against his chest. The bottom, softened by damp, sagged immediately. Folders slid through. Paper scattered into the current. Ellis swore and crouched to gather it. Owen struck him from behind. They hit the tunnel wall together. One of the old heating pipes shuddered in its brackets. Rust fell like brown powder. I heard sirens outside, faint, farther than I wanted. Fire crews had reached the road, but the house, greenhouse, woods, and storm still stood between us. A ceiling beam cracked in the basement. Flame showed briefly through the kitchen floor, orange and bright. The sump pump coughed again. Its backup alarm began beeping from inside the pit. Backup battery. I looked at the pump, then at the water streaming from the tunnel. The pump's discharge hose ran upward along the wall and disappeared through the foundation. Beside it was a manual emergency switch. Red, like the furnace cutoff. I crawled to it and pressed the switch. The pump started with a deep vibration. Water spun in the pit. For 3 seconds, it worked. Then the motor jammed. The attached hose jerked violently against the wall. The current in the tunnel changed direction, pulling loose papers toward the pit. Ellis saw them moving away from him. He abandoned Owen and chased the documents back toward the basement. One sheet plastered itself against my hand. A service invoice. At the bottom, beneath a typed inspection date, was a different date visible through correction fluid. Ellis reached for it. I shoved it inside my coat. "Give me that." "No." He stepped out of the tunnel. Owen caught his ankle. Ellis kicked backward, striking Owen's injured side. Owen folded into the water. He did not get up. Ellis came toward me. I held the poker across my body. "You think one piece of paper changes anything?" he asked. "Then why burn the house?" "I didn't start that fire. You locked the terrace to keep Owen inside until police came. You never called them." His eyes flicked toward the workbench. The handheld scanner. He had been listening, not calling. The answer was small, and it was enough. "You set the timer," I said. Ellis's face changed, only slightly. "I reset a device already in the room. You opened the window to prevent anyone dying. You wanted the alarm to bring you here. I wanted Mara to understand what Owen was capable of. You wanted the records destroyed in a fire that looked like his fault." Ellis looked at the flames beginning to spread between the joists. "You don't know what you're talking about." "The baby monitor," I said. "You were warning someone they had the wrong room." For the first time, he looked confused. Genuinely. Then I understood. The voice had not been directed at me. It had been a radio transmission to someone else inside the house. I looked toward the muddy footprint near the basement steps in my memory. Narrow heel, diagonal cut, not Ellis's boot, not Owen's. "Benjamin," I said. Ellis did not deny it. That was all the confirmation I received. Benjamin had not gone to Portugal, or he had returned before the flight. Maybe Mara knew. Maybe she only suspected. The contradictions in her messages suddenly made a terrible kind of sense. Keep Ellis out. Keep everyone out. Turn off the furnace. Do not go upstairs. She had known enough to be frightened, not enough to know which man had reached the house first. "Where is he?" I asked. Ellis looked toward the tunnel, the greenhouse. A shadow moved at the far end. Human height. The figure had been standing beyond the rise, where the tunnel opened beneath the greenhouse floor. Then a flashlight clicked on. Benjamin Holloway stepped into the beam. His glasses were gone. Rainwater darkened his hair. He held a red plastic fuel can in one hand. In the other was a small garden hatchet. "Ellis," he called, "bring the box." Owen lifted his head from the water. Benjamin looked at him without surprise, then at me. "You should have left the dog." His voice was the voice from the baby monitor, clearer now, no static. Ellis backed away from me. "You said nobody would be here. You knew Claire was staying. You said she'd leave when the alarm sounded. She was supposed to." The admission passed between them without either man noticing what it meant. I noticed. So did Owen. Ellis looked toward the burning ceiling. "You set the nursery fire too early." "I didn't set the fire. The lamp fell. The heater timer was your idea." Their alliance fractured in front of us. Not dramatically. No confession delivered in a speech. Just two men discovering that each had planned to blame the other. Benjamin stepped farther into the tunnel. The fuel can struck the wall, producing a hollow slosh. Gasoline. The greenhouse exit had never been an escape route. It was where Benjamin intended to finish the fire. I looked at the rusted pipes along the tunnel wall. One ran from the old boiler area toward the greenhouse. Its brackets were loose where Owen and Ellis had struck it. The workbench held a heavy pipe wrench, too far for me, but the copper pan Owen had carried downstairs lay near the sump pit. I grabbed it and slammed its edge against the emergency pump switch. Once, twice, the plastic housing broke. 2 exposed battery leads sparked. The sump pump kicked violently. The discharge hose tore free from the wall. A thick jet of filthy water shot across the basement and into the tunnel. It struck Benjamin at the knees. He slipped. The fuel can flew from his hand and burst against the stone floor. Gasoline spread over the water in a shimmering sheet. Everyone froze. One spark would finish it. The fire overhead crackled through another section of flooring. Burning debris dropped near the tunnel entrance. "Back," I screamed. Benjamin scrambled for the fuel can. Ellis ran toward him, not to help, to get past him. They collided in the narrow passage. The hatchet struck the wall. Owen crawled backward, dragging the ruined box with him. I seized Biscuit's harness and pulled. My knee dragged uselessly behind me. The gasoline sheen spread closer. A burning strip of insulation fell into the water. There was a soft whump. Flame raced across the surface. It moved faster than I could process. A low blue-orange line following the gasoline into the tunnel. Benjamin screamed. Ellis shoved him toward the fire to clear the passage. Benjamin caught Ellis's coat. They fell together. Owen reached the basement first. I grabbed his wrist. "Pull." He pulled me. I pulled Biscuit. The three of us moved inches at a time across the flooded floor as fire filled the tunnel entrance behind us. Ellis emerged through it with his sleeve burning. He rolled in the water, extinguishing it, then staggered toward the stairs. The kitchen floor collapsed. A section of burning joists and cabinets crashed into the basement between Ellis and the stairway. He disappeared behind sparks and steam. Benjamin did not come out of the tunnel. There was no time to check. The fallen floor blocked the basement stairs, but it also smashed through the exterior foundation window above the shelving. Rain poured through the opening. Beyond it was the west lawn, too small for a person standing, large enough if we crawled. Owen shoved the shelf away from the wall. The movement reopened his wound. Blood ran down his trousers. He nearly fell. Together, we lifted Biscuit onto the workbench, then through the broken foundation opening. Glass cut my forearms. The stone edge crushed my injured knee as Owen pushed me from behind. I screamed into the rain. Hands caught my coat outside. Firefighters. They had come around the live line on foot, crossed the lawn, and found the broken window by following the smoke. They pulled me onto the mud. Then Owen. Then Biscuit, wrapped in the torn canvas tarp. Behind us, the basement flashed orange. A firefighter crawled toward the opening, took one look inside, and backed away. "No entry," he shouted. "Structural collapse." They carried us toward the greenhouse path. I looked back once. Flames had reached the nursery window on the second floor. They moved behind the glass where the curtain had been, bright enough to turn the rain to silver. Biscuit lay on an oxygen mask made for a child. Owen was conscious, but only because a paramedic kept shouting his name. The document inside my coat had dissolved around the edges. The altered date remained readable. Ellis was pulled from another basement window 7 minutes later, with burns across his left arm and back. Benjamin was found in the utility tunnel after the fire was controlled. He was alive, barely. The house did not survive. Neither did the nursery. But the box had not burned completely, and the records Ellis and Benjamin had tried to destroy were spread through the flooded basement, stuck to walls, tools, and the dead sump pump like wet leaves. Enough of them remained. Enough to prove that the rules had never been about protecting the room. They had been about protecting what the room contained. I woke up in Danbury Hospital with a brace locked around my right leg, and a nurse asking whether I knew what day it was. "Friday," I said. "It's Saturday." That felt unfair. The room had no curtains around the bed, only a pale wall, a television mounted too high, and a plastic cup of water with a bent straw. My mouth tasted like pennies. Both forearms were wrapped in gauze from the glass cuts, and the left side of my face had swollen enough that smiling pulled at the skin. I did not remember the ambulance ride. I remembered the rain. I remembered a firefighter kneeling in mud with one hand over my oxygen mask, telling me not to fight it. I remembered Biscuit's paws sticking out from a silver emergency blanket. After that, nothing. My sister, Megan, was asleep in a chair beside the window. Megan Donnelly was 34, female, married, practical to the point of aggression, and incapable of entering a hospital without immediately locating the coffee machine, the nearest nurse, and whoever was technically in charge. She had tied her blonde hair into a knot using what looked like a surgical glove. When I shifted, her eyes opened. "You look awful," she said. "You too. I drove here at 3 in the morning. That explains the glove." She touched her hair, discovered it, and frowned as though someone else had put it there. Then she leaned forward and gripped my hand. Not gently. "You do not get to do that again. I didn't schedule it. That is not funny." No, it was. The orthopedic surgeon came later and explained the knee in ordinary language. Torn anterior cruciate ligament, damage to the medial meniscus, severe swelling. Surgery likely, though not until the inflammation came down. No weight on the leg. Physical therapy afterward. He spoke calmly because none of it was rare. That bothered me more than if he had looked shocked. My body had become a familiar category of damage. The carbon monoxide level in my blood had been elevated, but not high enough to require hyperbaric treatment. The oxygen in the ambulance and emergency department had brought it down. My headache would probably last several days. Memory problems, nausea, and fatigue were possible. "Any confusion now?" he asked. "I'm in Connecticut." "That's not what I meant. It's still concerning." He almost smiled. Owen was in surgery. The glass had cut through muscle and damaged a branch of an artery without fully severing it. He had lost enough blood that the paramedics had transfused him during transport. The doctors expected him to survive. Biscuit was at an emergency veterinary hospital in Newtown. Megan told me that last part carefully. "He's alive," she said. "They have him on oxygen. Can he walk?" "They don't know yet." "What about his jaw? Bruised, no fracture. Did someone call Mara?" Megan looked toward the hallway. "She's here." Mara entered 10 minutes later. She wore the same dark sweater she had been wearing when she left the house, though the cuffs were wrinkled and one sleeve had a stain near the elbow. Her hair was no longer neat. She had tied it back badly, and several strands stuck to her cheeks. She stopped beside the door. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then she said, "I am sorry." The words were too small. She seemed to know that. "I knew something might happen," she continued. "I did not know it would happen that night." Megan stood. "Maybe don't start with that." Megan, "No, Claire. She left you in a house with a rigged heater and 2 men trying to destroy evidence." Mara flinched at the accuracy of it. "I didn't know Benjamin was still in Connecticut." "You told me you were both flying," I said. "We were supposed to." She sat in the chair at the foot of the bed, but did not lean back. At the airport, Benjamin had claimed he had left a folder in the car. Mara boarded without him because the gate was closing. He texted that he would take the next flight. He never did. "He had access to my messages," she said. "Our accounts were linked. I thought I was arranging a test without him knowing, but he saw everything." "The heater," she nodded. After Caleb died, Mara had spent 3 years collecting records. At first, she believed the official explanation: a fireplace backdraft combined with a closed flue. Benjamin repeated it so often that the phrase became part of the family's vocabulary. An accident, a sequence of mistakes, nobody's fault. Then Mara found an old furnace invoice while clearing a filing cabinet. The serial number matched their furnace. The inspection date did not. She contacted Owen, who had been a heating technician before moving into insurance investigation work. Owen compared the service history with hospital records and found that Caleb's 2 earlier illnesses lined up with furnace cycling problems during cold weather. Ellis had signed a post-incident inspection claiming the furnace passed. Benjamin had paid him privately 2 days later. "Why use the nursery?" I asked. "Because that was where Caleb slept." It was the first time her voice broke. She recovered quickly. The window sensor had been unreliable since before his death. Benjamin used that to argue the room had always been ventilated. Owen wanted to test whether the alarm history would show a combustion source and an open window at the same time. "So you put a propane heater in the room for 3 minutes during the day, with Owen present and the window open. That was still dangerous." "Yes." She did not defend it. That helped more than an excuse would have. The test produced a record showing that the house's system did log temperature changes and window activity correctly. That undermined Benjamin's claim that the old alarm records could not be trusted. But the real documents remained in the nursery. Hospital records, copied emails, service invoices, and photographs of corrosion inside the furnace vent. Mara planned to remove them, while Benjamin believed she was in Portugal. She asked Owen to retrieve the box after their departure. Ellis learned about it through Benjamin. "What were the rules for?" I asked. She looked at her hands. "The handwritten one." "Yes, I wrote it. The nursery door shifted in damp weather, and opening it could disturb the window sensor." That part had been true, but the real reason was simpler. She did not want me finding the box. "Why right after sunset?" "Because Owen was supposed to come after dark." The answer sat between us. The rule had not been designed to protect me from the nursery. It had been designed to keep me from seeing him enter it. "You used me as camouflage." "Yes." Megan crossed her arms. Mara did not look away. "I thought having someone in the house would make Benjamin less likely to interfere. It made me the person between them." "I know. No, you know now." Mara nodded once. That was the end of the conversation. Not because I forgave her, because a detective arrived. Detective Laura Chen was 41, female, patient, unsmiling, and careful not to touch anything in the room except her own notebook. She took my statement in pieces over 2 hours. When I became tired, she stopped. When I contradicted myself about the position of the rocking chair, she did not accuse me of lying. She asked what I remembered before and after the power failure. She showed me photographs only when necessary. The muddy print near the basement door matched Benjamin's shoe. The police found his rental car parked on a service road behind the greenhouse. The baby monitor contained batteries. The receiver had captured radio interference from a handheld transmitter found in Benjamin's coat. He and Ellis had been using inexpensive radios to coordinate inside and outside the house. The phrase I heard, "wrong room," had been Benjamin correcting Ellis after a motion alert triggered in another upstairs room. They had not known I could hear them. The propane timer carried Ellis's fingerprints. The camping heater carried Owen's. The lamp had fallen accidentally when the curtain wrapped around its cord after the window opened farther. That accident started the fire earlier than Ellis and Benjamin intended. What did they intend? I asked. Detective Chen closed her notebook. To create an alarm event, remove the records, and later attribute the unsafe heater to Mr. Hale. And the gasoline, she paused. Mr. Holloway claims it was for the greenhouse mower. Inside the tunnel, we don't believe him. Benjamin had suffered severe smoke inhalation and burns to his hands and lower legs. He was under police guard in the intensive care unit. Ellis was stable. Neither man had been formally charged yet. That word, yet, was the first part of the night that sounded like justice. It did not feel like enough. Story ledger time and place Saturday morning and afternoon at Danbury Hospital in Connecticut, less than a day after the fire. Which characters are present? Claire Donnelly, 29, female Megan Donnelly, 34, female Mara Holloway, 38, female Detective Laura Chen, 41, female. Owen Hale, Biscuit, Ellis Mercer, and Benjamin Holloway are discussed, but remain in separate medical facilities. Facts revealed Claire has a torn ACL, meniscus damage, carbon monoxide exposure, facial bruising, and glass cuts. Owen survives emergency surgery after major blood loss. Biscuit is alive at a veterinary hospital. Mara wrote the nursery rule to prevent Claire from seeing Owen retrieve evidence after dark. She used Claire's presence to make the house appear ordinarily occupied. Benjamin accessed Mara's messages and remained behind after pretending he would take a later flight. The baby monitor contained batteries and intercepted radio communication between Benjamin and Ellis. Ellis handled the timer. Owen handled the heater during an earlier daytime test. The nursery fire began accidentally before the planned destruction of evidence. Unresolved questions: what exact criminal charges will be filed? Will Biscuit regain mobility? How much legal responsibility does Mara bear for placing Claire in danger? Was Benjamin truly planning to ignite the gasoline? Or will prosecutors be unable to prove intent? Current stakes: the immediate physical danger has ended, but Claire faces surgery and rehabilitation. Owen and Biscuit remain medically vulnerable. The criminal investigation depends on damaged documents, electronic records, and conflicting testimony. Seated objects, or DTALS, paid off the handwritten sunset rule, concealed Owen's planned visit. The baby monitor's batteries and radio interference explain the voice. The muddy footprint identifies Benjamin. Ellis's fingerprints connect him to the timer. Owen's fingerprints reflect the earlier alarm test. The unreliable window sensor becomes central evidence rather than a supernatural warning. Conclusion. Section 2. I saw Biscuit 4 days later. Megan drove me to the veterinary hospital in her SUV and complained the entire way about drivers who failed to use turn signals. I sat in the back seat with my leg stretched across the bench because the brace would not bend enough for the front. The hospital smelled of disinfectant, wet fur, and coffee that had been sitting on a hot plate too long. Biscuit lay on a padded mat inside an examination room. A clear oxygen tube ran beneath his nose. His muzzle had gone grayer since I first met him, though I knew that was impossible in 4 days. He looked smaller without the house around him. When he saw me, his tail moved once, a soft brush against the blanket. I lowered myself onto the floor with Megan's help. "Hey," I said. His eyes closed when I put my hand on his head. The veterinarian explained that the carbon monoxide exposure had affected him more severely because of his age and existing heart problems. The kick had caused swelling around his jaw and neck, but no broken bones. His rear legs were the greater problem. Some weakness had existed before the fire. The fall and lack of oxygen worsened it. He might walk with support. He might not. Mara arrived while I was still sitting beside him. She stayed near the door. "I'm not taking him back," she said. I looked at her. "The house is gone." "That's not what I meant." She had arranged for Biscuit to live with her sister in Massachusetts, in a single-level house with a fenced yard. Mara would be living in a rented apartment while the investigation and insurance case continued. Benjamin was not expected to leave the hospital for several weeks. Ellis was charged first. Evidence tampering, burglary, assault, reckless endangerment, conspiracy. Benjamin was charged 2 days later from his hospital bed. His attorney argued that the gasoline was innocent. The radio communication concerned property security, and the heater timer was Ellis's plan. The prosecutors added attempted arson, but did not initially add attempted murder. Real legal cases do not arrive as satisfying lists. They separate. They narrow. One charge replaces another because a definition cannot be proven. A document is excluded. A witness's memory becomes an argument. The altered inspection report was strong. The surviving emails were stronger. One message from Benjamin to Ellis, sent after Caleb's second hospital visit, contained the line, "I need the unit cleared before Mara starts asking questions." Another, sent after Caleb died, used the same language as last time. Enough survived to establish fraud and concealment. Not enough survived to explain everything. Owen visited me after his discharge. He walked slowly, one hand held near his side. The hospital had removed the glass and repaired the artery, but the wound became infected. He had a drain beneath his shirt and the drawn appearance of someone sleeping in 40-minute intervals. We met in the physical therapy waiting room because neither of us had the energy to arrange somewhere better. "You should hate me," he said. "I don't have the schedule for it." He stared at the vending machine. "I put the heater there during the day. I still put it there. You didn't set the timer." "No, that matters. It doesn't feel like it does." I understood that. Facts and guilt occupied different systems. He told me Mara had not planned to collect the box herself because she feared Benjamin was monitoring her car. Owen agreed to retrieve it because he wanted proof against Ellis. Years earlier, Ellis had been his supervisor during an apprenticeship. Owen had suspected falsified inspection work before Caleb's death. He never reported it. He had been 27, newly licensed, in debt, afraid of losing his job. Everybody was afraid of something small, he said. Then Caleb died. That sentence stayed with me. The central horror of the Holloway house was not that two men woke one morning and decided to become monsters. It was that they made one practical decision after another. Change the date. Use the old wording. Do not tell Mara yet. Move the records. Set the timer. Lock the door. Each decision was small enough to defend while it was being made. By the time the house burned, the path behind them looked inevitable. My surgery took place 3 weeks later. Rehabilitation took 9 months. For the first 2, I needed help showering. I slept badly and woke whenever the heating system in Megan's house switched on. The soft rush of air through the vents would pull me upright before I knew where I was. I bought 2 carbon monoxide detectors for her home, then 3 more. 1 for each floor, 1 beside the furnace, 1 in the room where I slept. The installer told me that was unnecessary. I told him to install them anyway. I could not tolerate baby monitors, not even the newer ones. At Megan's house, her son had a small camera in his bedroom that connected to an app. One night, the audio activated while we were eating dinner, carrying a burst of static into the kitchen. I dropped a glass. Megan removed the monitor that evening without being asked. The district attorney's office contacted me regularly during the first 6 months. Ellis eventually pleaded guilty to evidence tampering, assault, reckless endangerment, and conspiracy to commit arson. The attempted arson charge became conspiracy because prosecutors could prove planning more easily than the exact moment he intended the fire to begin. Benjamin went to trial. Mara testified. So did Owen. So did I. Benjamin's attorney asked why I had entered a room after being explicitly told not to. The question was designed to make the story smaller. A house sitter ignored instructions. An old heater malfunctioned. A neighbor panicked. A fire followed, I answered, because the dog had collapsed outside the room. He asked whether I was certain the voice on the baby monitor belonged to Benjamin. No, I said, not when I first heard it. Then you may have been mistaken. About the voice, yes. Seemed pleased. Then I added, I wasn't mistaken when I saw him in the tunnel with gasoline and a hatchet. The jury convicted him of conspiracy, evidence tampering, reckless endangerment, fraud, and assault related to forcing Owen's car from the road. They did not convict him of attempted murder. That bothered Megan. It bothered Mara more. I felt almost nothing when the verdict was read. Relief arrived later, in smaller moments. The first time I walked downstairs without holding a railing. The first night the furnace turned on and I did not leave the bedroom. The first time Biscuit stood, he never walked normally again. Mara's sister sent me a video of him crossing a kitchen in a rear support cart, wheels replacing the function of his hind legs. He moved too quickly, clipped a chair, recovered, and continued towards someone holding cheese. I watched it 6 times. Mara and I did not become friends. That would have been too neat. She paid my medical expenses, not covered by insurance, and established a fund for Biscuit's care. Her attorney called it restitution. Megan called it the minimum. Mara sent me one letter. It contained no request for forgiveness. She wrote that Caleb had been afraid of the furnace noise. On cold nights, he would ask whether there was an animal inside the walls. Mara always told him it was only the house warming up. She ended the letter there. The Holloway property was cleared the following spring. The house had burned beyond repair, but the greenhouse survived. So did part of the stone basement and the collapsed utility tunnel. A developer bought the land 18 months later. I learned that accidentally through an online real estate listing. The photographs showed a new house under construction, clean framing, wide windows, a white kitchen planned for the south side. The description mentioned mature trees and an original detached greenhouse with historic stonework. It did not mention the fire. It did not mention Caleb. It did not mention that workers had found damp medical papers pressed into cracks in the basement wall months after investigators believed they had collected everything. Detective Chen told me most were too damaged to read. Most. I asked what the remaining pages said. She told me they were duplicates. I believed her. At least, I decided to. The listing disappeared after the property sold. Sometimes, I think about the people who live there now. Not often. Usually in October, when rain strikes the windows and heating systems begin running for the first time in months. I imagine groceries on the counter, shoes by the mudroom door, a dog sleeping beneath a table, ordinary things. I imagine someone finding an old wire in the greenhouse or a rusted pipe beneath the lawn. Maybe a page sealed between stones, the ink spread into blue veins. Then the thought passes. The house is gone. The nursery is gone. The rules are gone. But I still do not enter a child's bedroom after sunset without turning on the hallway light first. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much. The ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. At 12:17 a.m., my navigation app told me to turn right through a locked chain-link gate. It wasn't a suggestion caused by bad GPS drift. The blue route line made a clean 90-degree bend off Fulton Industrial Boulevard, crossed the narrow drainage ditch beside the road, and continued through the gate as though there were pavement on the other side. According to the screen, I was 42 feet from my turn. Beyond the fence sat a strip of cracked asphalt, 2 rusted warehouse roofs, and a row of orange construction barrels pushed together under a dead streetlight. A white sign wired to the gate said city property, no entry. The chain around the posts looked thick enough to secure a boat. Turn right onto Larkspur Street, the app repeated. I slowed to 6 miles per hour. A pickup behind me leaned on its horn. For a few seconds, I considered stopping anyway. Then the pickup swerved around my van, its exhaust rattling the floor under my feet, and the driver lifted one hand out the window in a gesture that needed no translation. I kept moving. The route recalculated. The street disappeared. My name is Daniel Mercer, a 31-year-old man, and at the time, I delivered medical supplies overnight for a contractor outside Atlanta. Nothing dramatic. Mostly sealed pharmacy totes, boxes of sterile tubing, insulin packs in temperature-controlled bags, and the occasional emergency order somebody had forgotten to submit before the day shift went home. I drove a white Ford Transit with 286,000 miles on it, and a passenger side mirror that trembled above 55. The job paid $19 an hour, plus a small overnight differential that looked better in the hiring ad than it did after taxes. I'd taken it because I was 3 months behind on rent, and because overnight driving required less conversation than daytime work. I had never been good at admitting when I was in trouble. I would let a bill sit unopened for a week before calling the number printed in red across the envelope. I would drive another 100 miles with a warning light on because pulling over felt too much like surrender. The van smelled of cardboard, vinyl seats, and the faint medicinal sweetness that leaked from the insulated pharmacy bags. A plastic grocery sack hung from the gearshift with 2 gas station sandwiches inside. The radio was tuned low to a sports call-in show, mostly for the sound of human voices. Outside, the industrial district stretched beneath yellow lamps, loading docks, fuel depots, dark trucking yards, and wide intersections where the traffic signals changed for nobody. I glanced at the navigation screen again. My next stop was a rehabilitation center near Bankhead, 11 minutes away. No Larkspur Street appeared on the map. I tapped the screen twice, zooming out and back in. Fulton Industrial Boulevard, Marvin Miller Drive, Wharton Circle, the gray outline of an old freight lot behind the gate. Nothing named Larkspur. Bad data, I said aloud. Speaking to myself was another overnight habit. You start doing it after a few weeks because otherwise the last words you hear for hours are automated instructions and customers saying, "You can leave it there." I finished the rehabilitation center delivery at 12:36. A security guard buzzed me through the side entrance, signed with a thumbnail on my phone, and complained that the loading dock light had been flickering for 6 months. Normal things. The scanner chirped. The door locked behind me. A freight train sounded somewhere south, the horn flattening against the low clouds. When I climbed back into the van, I took a screenshot of the route history. Larkspur Street was listed between stops. No address, no delivery confirmation, just a line in the activity log. 12:17 a.m. Route deviation, Larkspur SD. I stared at it until the screen dimmed. Then my dispatcher called. Mara Velez, a 44-year-old woman, supervised the night routes from a converted office behind the distribution warehouse in Lithia Springs. Mara had a smoker's rasp despite claiming she had quit 9 years earlier, and she handled problems by reducing them into smaller problems she could assign to other people. A damaged tote became a photograph and an incident number. A sick driver became a route swap request. A broken vehicle became a reminder that contractors were responsible for roadside assistance. "You stopped moving," she said. "I made the Bankhead drop. I can see that. You were sitting there for 4 minutes. I was checking something. That usually means you're eating. I'm not eating." One of my sandwiches was open on the passenger seat. Mara clicked her tongue. I could hear keyboards and the drone of an old box fan behind her. "What are you checking?" My route sent me through a closed industrial property. "Which property?" "Off Fulton, near the old freight warehouses." That narrows it down to approximately all of Fulton Industrial. It called the road Larkspur Street. There was a pause, not long, just long enough for me to notice. "Spell it," she said. I did. More keyboard sounds. "Doesn't show on your manifest." "I know." "Then don't go there." I didn't. Problem solved. The route log says I deviated from it. That app thinks drivers are parked in Lake Allatoona twice a week. Last month, it sent Greg onto a golf cart path. Was the golf cart path behind a locked gate? Daniel. She used my name when she wanted to stop a conversation without actually telling me to stop. "I'm asking because it appeared as a street," I said. "Not a driveway, not a wrong turn. And I'm telling you the route software is built by the cheapest bidder. Screenshot it and email support when you finish. You've got 8 stops left." I looked through the windshield. Rain had begun to stipple the glass, too light for the wipers, each droplet catching the parking lot lamps. "Okay, you're running 6 minutes behind. I'll make it up. Do not make it up by speeding." I never said I'd speed. You always say you'll make it up, and then the tracking report shows 82 on I-20. That was downhill. "Finish your route." She ended the call. I sat with the phone in my hand, annoyed mostly because she was right. My driving record had 2 recent violations, one for 11 miles over, and another for failing to stop completely before turning right on red. One more company right up, and the contractor could move me off the medical route, which meant fewer hours or food delivery in my own car. My own car had a transmission that slipped every time it warmed up. I saved the screenshot. Then I deleted it. That was the kind of decision I made back then. Not large enough to feel dishonest, just a quiet removal of something inconvenient. The next hour settled into routine. A nursing facility in West End, a 24-hour clinic near East Point, a private residence where an elderly man opened the door wearing a bathrobe and oxygen tubing, and asked whether I had brought his wife's medication. His porch smelled of wet soil and fabric softener. Somewhere inside the house, a television audience applauded. At 1:41 a.m., I stopped at a quick trip near Camp Creek Parkway for coffee. Inside, the floors were freshly mopped. The refrigerator compressors hummed along the back wall, and hot dogs rotated beneath heat lamps with a soft mechanical squeak. A woman in airport ground crew coveralls stood at the counter buying an energy drink. 2 police officers were filling cups near the cappuccino machine, discussing a vehicle they had found abandoned beside a retention pond. I poured coffee and added enough powdered creamer to change it from black to the color of wet concrete. Rough night, the cashier, Evan Brooks, a 22-year-old man, nodded toward the dark crescents beneath my eyes. I knew his name from the tag pinned crookedly to his red polo. He had a narrow face, chipped black nail polish, and the alert politeness of somebody working alone during hours when every customer had the potential to become a problem. "Normal night," I said. "That bad. Normal is bad." He smiled once, without showing teeth. When I tapped my card, the register declined it. The word declined appeared in red on the customer screen. I felt the officers behind me without turning around. They probably weren't looking. That didn't matter. Embarrassment has its own imaginary audience. Try it again, I said. Evan did, declined. I checked my banking app. The balance took several seconds to load, the spinning circle reflected in the scratched plexiglass divider. $11.14. The coffee cost $2.79. Use this, I said, handing him a credit card I had promised myself I wouldn't use again. The transaction went through. Evan slid the cup toward me. Technology. Yeah. Always works, except when it doesn't. For some reason, that sentence followed me back outside. The rain had strengthened, tapping on the metal awning and running in silver threads past the gas pumps. Tractor trailers moved along the parkway beyond the lot, tires hissing over standing water. I sat in the van with the heater blowing at my damp sleeves and opened the delivery app. 3 stops remained. The first 2 were ordinary. The third was a late added delivery that had not been on my route when I left the warehouse. Recipient: Meridian Home Care Package, refrigerated medication delivery window, 20:03:00 a.m. The address field was blank. A red banner at the top of the screen read, "Address data pending, continue route." I refreshed the app. The banner remained. I called Mara. She answered on the 4th ring. What now? I've got an added delivery with no address. Meridian, you know about it. Hospital discharge order. It came in late. Where is it going? I'm waiting for dispatch integration to populate. Can you just tell me the address? I don't have it yet. The medication is in my van. Blue refrigerated bag. Seal number ending in 74. I leaned over and checked the cargo list clipped behind the passenger seat. The blue bag was strapped inside the insulated compartment, packed between 2 coolant bricks. How did they load a package without an address? They had a facility code. What facility? Meridian Home Care. That could mean anything. It means the people who sent it know where it's going. That's comforting. Mara sighed into the phone. Finish the Douglasville stop. The address should load before you're done. And if it does, call me. You love when I call. You have no idea. Before hanging up, I asked, have you ever heard of Larkspur Street? This time, the pause was longer. The fan in her office rattled against something hollow. No, she said. You sure? I searched it when you called. And there are several in Georgia, none on your route. I heard a male voice in the background ask Mara something. She muffled the phone, answered him, then came back. Daniel, finish your deliveries. Don't go through gates. Don't improvise. Wait for the address. I don't improvise. You once delivered a respiratory kit through a dog door. The customer told me to. That is the definition of improvising. She hung up again. The Douglasville stop took longer than expected because the overnight nurse could not find the correct storage key. While I waited in a vestibule beneath fluorescent lights, I watched rain collect in the tracks of the automatic doors. The building smelled of disinfectant and reheated soup. A vending machine compressor started, vibrated hard for 8 seconds, then stopped. At 2:29, the nurse signed. At 2:31, I returned to the van. The Meridian address had loaded. 1408 Larkspur Street, Atlanta, GA. The estimated drive was 24 minutes. I didn't start the engine. Rain crawled down the windshield, distorting the parking lot lamps into vertical yellow smears. The app displayed the route in blue. East on I-20. Back toward Fulton Industrial Boulevard. Then a right turn at the same locked gate. A note appeared beneath the address. Access available after 12:00 a.m. I called Mara immediately. The line rang until it went to voicemail. I called again. No answer. The medication timer showed 38 minutes remaining before the internal temperature would require a return to the warehouse and an incident report. Returning it would mean questions. Questions would lead to the deleted screenshot, the route deviation, the speeding history, the blank address I had continued carrying without objection. I zoomed in on the map. This time, Larkspur Street was there. Narrow gray line ran beyond the gate, curved between the abandoned warehouses, and ended beside a rectangular building marked only with a number. I searched the address in a second map application. No result. I tried a third. It suggested a Larkspur Street in a suburb 40 miles north. The delivery app chimed. Depart now to arrive within window. I looked at the blue refrigerated bag behind me, then at the route, then at Mara's unanswered call. There were only two choices that seemed reasonable. Drive back to the warehouse and explain why I had refused a time-sensitive medical delivery, or return to the locked gate and see what access available after midnight actually meant. I drove back toward Fulton Industrial Boulevard because returning the medication felt more dangerous than delivering it. Not physically dangerous. Not yet. It was the quieter kind, the danger of sitting beneath warehouse fluorescents, while Mara printed my route history, highlighted every delay, and asked why I had ignored an assigned stop. I could already hear myself explaining the blank address, then explaining the disappearing street, then admitting I had deleted the screenshot that proved I had seen it earlier. The whole thing would sound like an excuse assembled after the fact. So I merged onto I-20 East. The rain had thinned to a fine mist, but the highway was still slick enough that every truck threw a gray sheet across my windshield. I kept both hands on the wheel and held the van at 63. The navigation app counted down the miles. Every few minutes, the medication timer replaced the map. Temperature compliance. 27 minutes remaining. I called Mara again. Voicemail. Hi, it's Daniel again. I'm heading toward the address. Call me before I get there. I ended the message, waited 5 seconds, then called the warehouse's main line. A man answered with a tired night dispatch. The voice belonged to Leon Price, a 56-year-old man, one of the warehouse coordinators. Leon had loaded my van often enough to know I kept spare pens in the cup holder and never remembered to return the plastic security seals. He moved slowly, spoke slowly, and became more precise as everyone else became more panicked. Leon, it's Daniel. Route 12. You break down. No, then you're already having a better night than Route 9. I need Mara. She stepped out. Stepped out where? Don't know. Parking lot, maybe. It's raining. She owns a coat. I've got a delivery from Meridian Home Care. He stopped typing. The change was small, just the absence of keys clicking over the line. Who added that? He asked. Mara said it came through as a discharge order. What's the destination? 1408 Larkspur Street. Leon breathed out through his nose. You near there? About 9 minutes. Another pause. Then he said, pull over. Why? Because I'm telling you to. I can't pull over on I-20. Take the next exit. The app showed 12 minutes remaining on the route and 24 on the timer. What's wrong with the address? I don't know yet. You reacted like you knew it. I reacted like I've never seen it on an active route. That's different from not knowing it. Daniel, get off the highway. I took the Fulton Industrial exit. At the bottom of the ramp, I turned into a closed tire shop and parked beneath a pole light that buzzed so loudly I could hear it through the rain and windshield glass. Okay, I said, I'm stopped. Read me the tote number. I reached behind the passenger seat and pulled the manifest closer. BRM 4176. Seal ends in 74. Temperature unit. I crouched between the seats and checked the small digital display clipped to the insulated compartment. Green light. 37 degrees Fahrenheit. Still compliant. I need the full number. I read it. Leon typed for nearly a minute. The tire shop's sign flickered red, then black, then red again. Water dripped steadily from the edge of the van's roof onto the side mirror. Finally, Leon said, that tote wasn't scanned onto your vehicle. I looked at the blue bag. It's physically in my van. I heard you. It's on my paper manifest. That's not the same system. Leon, I'm telling you what the warehouse scan shows. Route 12 loaded 14 pieces. That tote would make 15. I counted the manifest entries. 15. Who put it in? Not me. You loaded the rear compartment. I loaded the numbered bins. Refrigerated totes come from pharmacy staging. So ask pharmacy staging. At 2:40 in the morning, yes, there's nobody there. Then check the cameras. We don't have live access. The timer sounded once, a soft electronic chirp. 20 minutes remaining. I pressed the heel of my hand against my forehead. What do you want me to do? I want you to stay where you are until I reach Mara. What happens when the timer expires? You return the tote and mark it failed. You mark it hold for verification. That still counts against my route. Leon's voice hardened. A mystery package is not worth your route. It's not a mystery package. It has a recipient and a facility code. Facilities have addresses. This one does now. An address that doesn't show in dispatch. I glanced at the navigation app. The route line waited patiently, blue and clean, leading from the tire shop to the gate. Could someone have bypassed the warehouse scan? Yes. The speed of his answer bothered me. Who? Supervisor, pharmacy tech, driver taking a handoff. Anyone with an override. Then it could be legitimate. It could be. But you don't think it is. I think you should stop trying to make incomplete information sound complete. That hit exactly where he meant it to. I had been doing that all night, maybe for years. I stared at the tote again. The blue nylon looked ordinary. White barcode label, tamper seal, black plastic handles. Condensation had formed along one edge where the coolant bricks pressed against the lining. My phone vibrated. Mara, I answered immediately. Where were you? Why are you calling Leon? Because you weren't answering. Was dealing with a driver accident. You said nothing about an accident. Because it wasn't your accident. Leon was still on the other line. I put Mara on speaker. The Meridian tote wasn't scanned onto my van, I said. Silence. Then Mara said, "Who told you that?" "Leon." "Put him on. You're both on speaker." Leon said, "Scan history shows 14 pieces. His paper manifest shows 15. "It was a late manual edition," Mara replied. "By whom?" "Central Pharmacy." "Where's the override record?" "I don't have the screen open." "I do," Leon said. "There is no override record." A car passed the tire shop, slowed near the entrance, then continued south. Its tires made a wet whisper over the road. Mara lowered her voice. "Daniel, how much compliance time?" 19 minutes. "Proceed to the address." Leon said, "No, it's my route," Mara replied. "It's my warehouse. It's a time-critical medication for a facility that doesn't exist in the route database. It exists in the client database. Then give him the client contact." Mara did not answer. Leon repeated, "Give him the contact." "I'm pulling it up." I watched the timer tick down. 1842. 1841. "Who is the medication for?" I asked. "Recipient information is sealed," Mara said. "Not the patient, the facility." "Meridian Home Care." "What kind of facility?" "Transitional care." "Does it have staff?" "Yes." "A phone?" "Yes." "Call them." "I am trying." Mara's breathing changed slightly. She was moving or pretending to move. I could hear a door open and the hollow slap of rain somewhere near her phone. Leon said, "Mara, did you authorize this tote?" "No." "Did you see who did?" "No." "Then why are you sending him?" "Because the order is live and the application accepted it." Applications don't accept liability. Neither do drivers who refuse assigned deliveries. There it was, not a direct threat. Mara was too experienced for direct threats. She had simply placed my job on the table where everyone could see it. I muted the call for 1 second and swore. When I unmuted, Leon was saying, "Daniel, listen to me. Bring it back." Mara spoke over him. "Proceed to the gate. Do not enter until I confirm access." I looked at the road. The choice should have been simple. Leon was right. The tote had no scan record, no confirmed contact, and an address that existed only inside the delivery application. Any reasonable driver would return it. But reasonable drivers did not have $11 in checking, 2 moving violations, and a landlord who had stopped accepting promises. "I'll go to the gate," I said. "I'm not entering unless someone meets me." Leon said my name in the same tone people use when they see an object falling and know they cannot reach it. Mara said, "Good." I ended the warehouse call and pulled back onto the road. The gate looked different when I returned. Not transformed, not impossible. Open. The chain that had wrapped through the posts now hung from one side, wet and gleaming beneath the headlamps. One gate panel had been pushed inward far enough for a vehicle to pass. The orange barrels had been moved into a line along the edge of the asphalt, forming a narrow corridor into the property. The streetlight above the entrance was still dead. The delivery app said, "Turn right onto Larkspur Street." I stopped before the opening. My headlights reached perhaps 80 feet down the cracked road. After that, darkness swallowed the pavement between the warehouses. Puddles reflected strips of roofline. Tall weeds leaned through gaps in the fencing. Somewhere farther in, metal struck metal with an irregular tapping sound. I called Mara. "Gate is open. Do you see anyone?" "No." "Any signage?" "City property sign." "Same as before." Do not go in yet. That was already the plan. She ignored that. I'm trying the facility contact. I rolled down the window an inch. Cold, damp air entered, carrying the smell of wet concrete, diesel residue, and something sharper, chlorine, maybe, or industrial cleaner. The tapping sound continued. 3 hits. Pause. 2 hits. My phone buzzed with an incoming text from an unknown number. Meridian delivery. I showed the screen to nobody. Then typed, "Who is this?" The answer came immediately. "Night intake." "You are late," I sent. "Come to the gate." 3 dots appeared, vanished, then appeared again. "Patient cannot be left. Bring medication to 1408. Mara said, "What's happening?" I got a text. "From whom?" "They say night intake." "What number?" I read it to her. She repeated the last 4 digits under her breath. "That's not the number in the order." "What number is in the order?" "The line is disconnected." I looked down the open road. Mara, who knows my phone number. Dispatch, client services. Any receiving facility on your route. So whoever created the order. Yes, can they see my location? Through the tracking link, if one was generated. Was one generated? I don't know. Another text arrived. Temp window 14 minutes. Do not return. My eyes moved to the timer. 13:52. They know the timer, I said. Mara went quiet. Can they see that remotely? Client facilities can see estimated compliance. You told me you didn't know who the contact was. I said I was trying to verify it. That is not the same sentence. A pair of headlights appeared behind me. For 1 second, I thought it was another delivery vehicle. Then the car stopped about 50 yards back, partly on the shoulder. It was dark-colored, maybe a sedan. The headlights stayed on high beam, filling my mirrors with white glare. Mara, there's someone behind me. Police. No light bar. Can you turn around? Not without backing toward them. The sedan rolled forward 10 feet. Stopped. I locked the doors. The tapping from inside the property ceased. That bothered me more than the tapping had. Call 911, Mara said. What do I tell them? That you're being followed. I don't know that I'm being followed. I'm parked at an open gate. Then tell them that. And when they ask why I'm here, tell them you're making a delivery. To a facility nobody can verify. The sedan moved closer again. Its front plate was obscured by glare and rain. I could make out the driver's shape, but not the face. One person, as far as I could tell. My phone vibrated. Gate must remain clear. Move inside. I raised my head. The sender could see the gate, or could see me. I'm calling, Mara said. Who? Police. You don't know where I am. I have your GPS. The sedan sounded its horn once. Not an angry blast. A short, controlled tap. Move. The delivery timer dropped below 12 minutes. Second sound came from the insulated compartment. 3 warning chirps instead of 1. I checked the display. The temperature had climbed to 41 degrees. That's not right, I said. What? The tote temperature is rising. How fast? It was 37 less than 20 minutes ago. Check the compartment power. I leaned between the seats. The green indicator that had been glowing earlier was dark. I pressed the reset switch. Nothing. The van's refrigerated compartment had lost power. Fuse. Mara asked. Could be. Can you access it? Panels in the cargo area. The sedan honked again. Longer this time. I looked down Larkspur Street. About 60 yards inside, a dim amber light switched on over a loading bay door. Beneath it stood a person in a reflective vest, one arm raised, too far away to identify, close enough to be clearly waiting. My phone received another message. Bring tote now. We have refrigeration. Behind me, the sedan began creeping forward, leaving me less room to reverse. In front of me, the person beneath the amber light waved once and pointed toward the loading bay. The tote display changed to 42 degrees. Mara's voice came thin through the speaker. Daniel, police are 20 minutes out. The delivery timer showed 10 minutes and 9 seconds. I could wait at the gate and lose the medication. I could reverse toward the sedan and hope the driver moved. Or I could enter Larkspur Street, reach the lit loading bay, and hand the tote to someone whose identity none of us had confirmed. Then the sedan pulled across the mouth of the gate behind me, not striking the van, not touching it, just stopping sideways, blocking the road. And the person under the loading light lowered the raised arm and disappeared inside the building. The sedan blocked most of the gate, but not all of it. There was a strip of muddy shoulder between its rear bumper and the drainage ditch, maybe wide enough for the van if I folded the passenger side mirror and didn't mind losing paint. The ditch itself was steep and full of black water. Beyond it, the chain link fence ran north along Fulton Industrial Boulevard until it disappeared behind scrub trees. I put the van in reverse. Mara, I said, tell the police the entrance is blocked. I did. Tell them the vehicle is actively preventing me from leaving. I said that too. The sedan's brake lights came on. The driver had seen my reverse lights. I turned the wheel hard to the right and began backing toward the narrow gap. The transit's proximity alarm started beeping before I had moved 3 feet, reacting to the sedan on one side and the gate post on the other. Beep, beep, beep. The sound sped up as the gap narrowed. I could see almost nothing through the rain-streaked rear windows, so I used the mirrors. The passenger side mirror trembled on its loose mount, turning the fence into a vibrating silver blur. I eased back another foot. The sedan rolled backward too. Not much, just enough to close the gap. Stop moving, I shouted, though the windows were up. The person inside did not respond. I pressed the horn. A long blast filled the wet industrial lot and came back from the warehouse walls. The sedan stayed still. The medication alarm chirped again. 43 degrees. 8 minutes, 30 seconds. Daniel, Mara said, do not hit their vehicle. I'm not trying to hit it. You're trying to squeeze past it, because that's where the road is. You have police coming in 19 minutes. 17 now. That's not helping. I stopped reversing. The van sat diagonally across the gate opening, nose pointed toward Larkspur Street and rear bumper less than 6 feet from the sedan. The person inside the property had not reappeared. I picked up my phone and zoomed in on the delivery map. Larkspur Street ran straight west from the gate for roughly 200 yards, then curved south around the first warehouse. Building 1408 sat at the far end beside a rail spur. A second gray line branched north between 2 structures and reconnected with Fulton Industrial farther up. Another exit. The map showed one anyway. Mara, the app shows a service road north of the first building. Do not trust the map. You told me to trust it 10 minutes ago. That was before someone blocked you in. The contradiction sat between us. I can drive in, take the North Service Road, and exit farther up Fulton. Or it dead ends. The van can't stay here with the refrigeration dead. Check the fuse first. The fuse panel was behind the cargo partition. To reach it, I had to leave the driver's seat. I looked at the sedan again. Its headlights were angled slightly away now, illuminating the gate and part of the drainage ditch. I could see the driver only as a dark outline. Stay on the line, I said. I locked the doors, climbed over the center console, and opened the narrow interior door into the cargo area. The van's rear compartment was lit by 2 weak ceiling strips. Cardboard cartons were strapped into metal shelving. Empty coolant sleeves slid against one another with the soft sound of plastic cards being shuffled. The blue tote sat on the floor by the insulated unit. I crouched beside the fuse panel. The metal edge of the shelving caught my jacket, and when I pulled free, my elbow struck the compartment wall hard enough to numb my last 2 fingers. Damn it, what happened? Mara asked. Nothing. The panel cover was held by 2 plastic quarter-turn clips. The first opened. The second spun without releasing. Dug my thumbnail underneath it and pulled. The clip snapped. The cover dropped and struck my wrist. Behind it sat 3 blade fuses, a relay, and a tangle of red and black wiring. One 20-amp fuse was visibly burned through. There was a spare fuse taped inside the cover. For half a second, I felt relief so sharp it was almost pleasant. Then I looked closer. The spare was 10 amps. Wrong fuse, I said. What? The installed fuse is 20. The spare is 10. Use it temporarily. It'll blow. It might hold long enough. I pinched the burned fuse with my fingertips. It wouldn't move. I used the key from the ignition to pry it loose. Something slammed against the side of the van. The entire cargo compartment jumped. I dropped the key. A scraping sound moved along the sheet metal from the rear corner toward the sliding door. I froze with one hand inside the open fuse panel. Mara, I whispered. I heard it. Another impact came from low on the passenger side. Then a dragging, irregular scratch. Someone was touching the van. I killed the cargo lights. Darkness closed around me except for the pale green display on the medication tote. 44 degrees. I could hear my own breathing and rain striking the roof. The scraping came again. Closer. A shadow passed across the thin seam of light around the sliding door. I reached for the tire iron clipped beside the rear doors. My fingers shook badly enough that I knocked it from its bracket. The metal bar hit the floor with a clang. The scratching stopped. For 3 seconds, nothing moved. Then a shape rose past the small rear window. Long face, wet hair, eyes reflecting the sedan's headlights. I swung the tire iron toward the glass. The face vanished. A high, sharp cry came from outside. Not human. A deer stumbled backward into the light. It was a young buck, thin and rain-darkened. One antler bent lower than the other. A strand of orange plastic construction netting was tangled around its neck and foreleg. It kicked against the side of the van, trying to free itself, then lurched toward the drainage ditch. The plastic scraped along the bodywork. I let the tire iron hang at my side. "Mara," I said, "what is it? A deer? A what?" "It's caught in construction fencing." The buck made it 3 steps before its trapped foreleg folded. It struck the mud on its chest, scrambled up, and dragged the netting toward the scrub beyond the fence. The terrifying part had an explanation. That should have helped. It didn't, because the sedan driver had not reacted at all. No door opened, no window lowered, no head turned toward the animal. The figure remained motionless behind the windshield, as though they had been waiting through all of it. I found the ignition key under the shelf, replaced the fuse with the 10-amp spare, and pressed the refrigeration reset. The fan started. Air moved through the compartment vents with a low whine. The display stayed dark for 2 seconds, then flashed green. "Got it," I said. The system ran for 6 seconds. The fuse popped with a bright blue snap. Everything shut down again. The smell of hot plastic filled the cargo area. "Attempt 1 failed," I said. Mara did not answer immediately. "I'm sending Leon your coordinates," she said. "What's he supposed to do?" "He knows the property." I stopped. "You said he had never seen the address on an active route. That doesn't mean he's never seen the property. You knew that before sending me here." "No, did Leon?" "I don't know. You keep saying that." "Because I don't know everything, Daniel." Her voice cracked on my name, not with fear exactly, but pressure. She was losing control of the situation, and Mara hated that more than she hated being wrong. I climbed back into the driver's seat. The medication timer showed 6 minutes. The temperature read 45. The delivery app displayed a new notification. Temperature excursion detected. Receiving refrigeration required. The sedan was still behind me. The gate ahead was clear. I made the second attempt. I drove in. The barrels left barely 18 inches on either side of the van. My tires crossed the threshold from public road to private asphalt, and the navigation voice said, "Continue on Larkspur Street for 1/4 mile." The sedan did not follow immediately. I kept the speed below 10. The road surface was worse than it had looked from the gate. Potholes were filled with rainwater deep enough to throw muddy sheets against the undercarriage. The first warehouse stood to my left, a long brick structure with boarded windows and faded lettering near the roof. I could make out fragments. ERNDISTRIB to the right was a lower metal building behind a fence topped with 3 strands of barbed wire. No medical signage, no cars, no lit windows. The amber loading light waited ahead, around 100 yards away, above a recessed bay in the second brick warehouse. "Mara, I'm inside. I can see. You still have my GPS." "Yes." "Then tell me where the North Service Road starts." "After the first warehouse, right side." "Side is fenced. It may open farther down." The van jolted into a pothole. My injured elbow struck the door. Pain ran down my forearm and left 2 fingers tingling. I gripped the wheel harder. At the end of the first warehouse, the road widened into a loading yard. Painted lines showed where trucks had once backed into 6 dock doors. Most were sealed with corrugated metal. One had been blackened by fire. The North Service Road appeared beyond a stack of concrete barriers. It existed. That was the good news. The bad news was that it was blocked by an abandoned box trailer with no wheels. I stopped. The trailer sat sideways across the road, supported on wooden cribbing. Brush had grown around its landing legs. It had not been moved recently. Service roads blocked. Mara swore softly. The app recalculated and directed me south, deeper into the property, around the first warehouse toward 1408. I checked the mirror. The sedan entered through the gate. It drove without headlights now. Only the dim orange parking lamps showed its position. "Vehicle is following me," I said. "Police are 12 minutes away. They won't see me from Fulton once I go around the building. Keep the line open. Call Leon. I am calling him." The temperature alarm sounded continuously now, one chirp every 5 seconds. 5 minutes. 46 degrees. I pulled forward and turned south between the warehouses. This passage was narrower, around 20 feet across, with brick walls on both sides and exposed pipes overhead. The van's headlights picked out graffiti, broken pallets, lengths of copper-colored wire, and rainwater streaming from a damaged gutter. At the far end, the passage opened into a second yard. Building 1408 stood across it. It looked less abandoned than the others. The roof was intact. 2 windows on the upper level had glass. A white satellite dish was bolted near the corner. The amber light above the loading bay cast a weak oval over fresh tire marks. A roll-up door had been lifted 4 feet from the ground. Inside, fluorescent tubes flickered over a concrete floor. No one waited outside. I stopped 20 yards from the bay. My phone buzzed. Pull to door, engine off. Bring tote inside. I typed, "Come out with ID." The reply took longer this time. Patient crashing. "No time," Mara said. "Do not get out." "I'm not." I pressed the horn twice. The sound echoed between the buildings. A figure moved behind the half-open door. Reflective vest, dark pants, hood pulled up. The person crouched and came under the opening. It was Tessa Ward, a 38-year-old woman, though I did not know her name yet. She was short, broad-shouldered, and limped on her left side. Rain darkened the sleeves of her gray sweatshirt beneath the vest. An identification card hung at her chest, but she kept one hand over it as she approached. "Medication," she called. "Stop there." She stopped 10 feet from the van. "Bring the bag," she said. "Show me your ID." She lifted the badge. The plastic reflected my headlights. I could see a photograph and a blue stripe, but not the name. "Closer," I said. She took 1 step. "Hold it away from your body." Her mouth tightened. "We have a patient seizing. Call an ambulance." We did. "What's the patient's name?" "I can't give you protected information in a parking lot." "What's your facility phone number?" She looked toward the loading bay. It was a tiny movement. "Enough. Come to the window," I said. "I need to scan the badge." "We don't use driver scans." "I do tonight." The sedan rolled into the passage behind me. Its headlights came on. The yard brightened. Tessa shielded her eyes. I put the van in reverse, intending to turn around and face the sedan, but the rear camera showed the passage already blocked. The dark car stopped nose to nose with the van's only exit. Tessa stepped closer. "Daniel," she said. I had never told her my name. "Back up. We need the tote." "How do you know my name?" Dispatch sent it. "Mara," Tessa said nothing. My phone rang. "Leon," I answered on speaker. "Daniel, listen carefully," he said. His slow voice was gone. "That property used to be a medical redistribution site. Meridian leased space there 6 years ago. Used to, license was revoked." Tessa heard him. Her face changed. Not surprise, recognition. "Why was it revoked?" I asked. Leon took one breath. "Controlled medication diversion." Tessa turned toward the loading bay and shouted, "Close it." The roll-up door began descending. I hit the horn and accelerated toward the bay. Not to enter, to get past it. The map showed a rear access lane along the south wall. If I could cross the yard before the door closed, I could circle behind 1408 and reach the rail spur. Tessa jumped aside. The van's front tire struck a broken concrete wheel stop. The steering wheel kicked left. My injured arm slipped, and the passenger side clipped a steel bollard with a grinding impact. The mirror tore off. Glass scattered across the wet pavement. I kept moving. The south access lane opened beyond the loading bay, narrow but clear, for 30 yards. Then my headlights found the washed-out section. Rainwater had undermined the pavement near the rail spur, leaving a jagged trench 6 feet across. The asphalt on the far side had collapsed into mud and broken stone. I braked hard. The tote slammed against the cargo partition. Behind me, the sedan entered the south lane. I reversed, but the damaged passenger side scraped against the warehouse wall. Metal shrieked. The steering felt wrong, heavy, and uneven. The sedan stopped 10 yards behind me. Its driver's door opened. A tall man stepped out carrying a flashlight. The loading bay door finished closing behind him. The trench blocked the road ahead. The sedan blocked the road behind. A brick wall stood to my left, chain link fencing, and the rail embankment to my right. The medication timer reached 0. Its display flashed red. Then the van's engine coughed once and died. I turned the key. The starter clicked, but the engine did not catch. On the dashboard, the battery warning light glowed beside a new message: fuel system fault. The man with the flashlight walked toward my door. I tried the ignition again. Nothing. And somewhere inside building 1408, an alarm began to ring. The man stopped beside my driver's door and aimed the flashlight through the glass. He was in his 40s, maybe, with a shaved head and a narrow beard cut close along his jaw. Rain shone on the shoulders of his black work jacket. He didn't look frantic. That was the first thing I noticed. No wild eyes, no mask, no weapon held up for me to see, just a man who expected the door to open. He knocked twice with one knuckle. "Daniel," he said, "unlock it." The alarm inside 1408 pulsed behind him. A harsh electronic bell, 3 seconds on, 1 second off. The sound bounced down the brick lane and came back thinner. I held the tire iron across my lap. Mara was still on speaker, but she had gone quiet. "Police are coming," I told him. The man leaned closer to the window. "They're going to the gate. They know where I am." He glanced toward the sedan. That told me they didn't. The GPS dot might have shown my position inside the property, but a patrol officer arriving on Fulton Industrial would see an open gate, an empty road, and 2 warehouses blocking the view south. They would have to decide whether they had authority to enter. They would call dispatch. Dispatch would call Mara. Minutes would become more minutes. The man knocked again. "We don't want the vehicle," he said. "We don't want you. Give us the tote." "Who are you?" "Receiving." "Your license was revoked." His expression barely changed. "Leon talks too much." Mara inhaled sharply through the phone. The man heard that too. He smiled at the speaker. "Mara, you still there?" She did not answer. He stepped back and made a small circling motion with the flashlight. Tessa appeared at the rear of the van. She had removed the reflective vest. Without it, she looked less like staff and more like what she was, a tired woman in a wet sweatshirt, limping through an abandoned delivery yard at 3 in the morning. She tried the rear door handle. "Locked." "Daniel," Mara whispered, "do not give them the tote." The shaved-headed man raised his voice. "That's new." Mara said nothing. "You were happy to route it here 15 minutes ago." "I didn't know who had access to the order." "You knew enough." "Mara," I said, "what is he talking about?" Her answer came too slowly. "I approved the facility code." Leon had asked whether she authorized the tote. She had said no. "You lied." "I approved the destination code, not the physical load." Client services pushed it as a priority discharge. I thought Meridian had reopened under a subcontract. At an address with a disconnected phone. "I didn't check until you were already there." The man tapped the roof of the van with his flashlight. "Family meeting later," he said. "Bag now." I looked through the windshield at the trench. 6 feet of collapsed pavement, then mud sloping down toward the rail bed. Beyond it, the old tracks curved north behind the warehouses. The gap was too wide to drive. Maybe not too wide to cross on foot. My right hand still tingled from the elbow strike. The van's passenger side was pinned close to the brick wall, leaving less than a foot between the damaged body panel and the building. The driver's side opened toward the chain link fence and rail embankment. The man stood there. The sedan blocked the lane 10 yards behind us. Tessa was at the rear doors. The loading bay door was shut. One way out. Through the windshield, I lowered my voice. "Mara, can you still see the police? Dispatch says 8 minutes. Tell them there's a former medical diversion site at 1408. Tell them armed suspects. I don't see a weapon. Tell them anyway." The man's face hardened. "Bad idea." He reached into his jacket. I ducked. The object he pulled out was not a gun. It was a black handheld radio. He spoke into it. "Kill the lights." The amber loading light went dark. Then the lamps inside the south lane shut off one by one. The only illumination came from the sedan's headlights behind me, the van's dashboard, and the man's flashlight. Tessa struck the rear door with something metal. Once, twice. The door skin dented inward. I climbed over the center console and dragged the blue tote away from the cargo doors. The temperature display flashed 48 degrees. The seal ending in 74 was intact. Alarm inside the building stopped. The sudden absence of it made every smaller sound distinct. Rain dripping from the gutter, the sedan idling, Tessa's breath as she worked at the rear latch. I checked the tote label again. There was a patient identifier beneath the barcode, partially obscured by a secondary routing sticker. I peeled one corner back. Under it was no patient name. There was an inventory code. Fentanyl citrate. Hospital use only. My stomach tightened. Not insulin. Not antibiotics, not seizure medication, controlled narcotics. Leon had said diversion. They had used a medical delivery contractor to move a tote that had never entered the electronic chain of custody. On paper, it had been mine. If it disappeared, the last clean record would be my route manifest and my location at a revoked warehouse in the middle of the night. The tote had not just been placed in my van. It had been placed on me. "Mara," I said, "it's fentanyl." She stopped breathing for a moment. The man heard me through the open speaker. His calm vanished. He struck the driver's window with the flashlight. The glass starred but held. Opened the door. I grabbed the tire iron and moved toward the rear. Tessa hit the latch again. A gap appeared between the doors. Cold rain blew through it. I jammed the hooked end of the tire iron through the interior handles and twisted. The handles locked against each other. Tessa pulled from outside. The metal flexed. The tire iron slipped halfway free. I shoved it back. The man hit the side window again. A piece of safety glass dropped onto the seat. "Mara, record this." "I am. Send everything to Leon." "I'm sending it now." The third strike shattered the driver's window. Glass collapsed inward in thousands of blunt cubes, rattling across the steering wheel and floor. The man reached through for the lock. I swung the loose end of the tire iron. It connected with his forearm. He shouted and pulled back. The impact sent pain through my injured elbow so hard my grip opened. The tire iron dropped. Tessa yanked the rear door. The damaged latch gave another inch. I had seconds. I grabbed the blue tote, cut its retaining strap with the small folding knife I used for packaging tape, and pulled it into the front compartment. It weighed perhaps 25 pounds with the coolant bricks inside. The man reached through the broken window again. This time, he caught the collar of my jacket. I drove my head forward into his wrist. His grip loosened. I tore free, leaving the jacket fabric bunched in his hand, and shoved the tote onto the passenger seat. The windshield was laminated. I could not kick through it. The rear doors were failing. The driver's window was open now, but the man controlled it. The damaged passenger side had no room to open against the wall. Then I remembered the missing mirror. The passenger window was intact, but the mirror assembly had torn away, leaving a jagged opening in the outer door skin and exposed wiring. The brick wall sat inches away. Not enough for a door, maybe enough for a person through the window if the glass was gone. I climbed across the seats and kicked the passenger window. Once, pain shot through my heel. Twice, the glass flexed but stayed. The man opened the driver's door. I kicked a third time, aiming near the front edge where the window met the damaged frame. The glass burst outward against the brick wall and fell into the narrow gap. The man grabbed my ankle. I twisted and kicked backward with my other foot. My boot struck his mouth. He fell against the open door, one hand covering his face. I pushed the tote through the passenger window. It dropped into the narrow space between van and wall, hit the ground, and wedged upright. Then I went after it. The opening tore my shirt and cut my left forearm from wrist to elbow. The damaged door frame caught my belt. For one panicked second, I was stuck halfway through, chest outside, legs inside. Tessa forced the rear doors apart. The tire iron clanged onto the pavement. Hands grabbed my boots from inside. I pulled until the belt loop ripped free. My body dropped into the gap. My shoulder struck brick. My cheek hit wet pavement. The tote was under my ribs, hard enough to drive the breath out of me. Someone inside the van seized my right foot. I kicked blindly and felt my heel connect with fingers. A woman cursed. I crawled forward. The gap narrowed near the front fender where the van had scraped along the wall. Sharp metal caught my back. I flattened myself and pushed the tote ahead with both hands. Behind me, the shaved-headed man climbed over the seats. Stop him. The space opened past the front bumper. I dragged the tote out and ran toward the trench. My right arm barely worked. Blood ran from the cuts on my left forearm and dripped from my fingertips. Every breath scraped where the tote had struck my ribs. The rail embankment fence ended near the washout. Orange construction netting had been tied across the gap as a warning, the same type that had tangled the deer. One side had come loose and flapped in the rain. The trench was wider up close. Water moved through the bottom, brown and fast, carrying weeds, wrappers, and pieces of pale insulation. The far edge was lower than the side I stood on, but the mud beyond it looked unstable. I could not jump it carrying the tote. The man came around the front of the van. Blood ran from his split lip. Put it down. Tessa followed with the flashlight. She had taken the tire iron. She dragged her left leg more heavily now, but her face had gone flat with determination. I set the tote on the pavement. The man slowed. "That's it," he said. I grabbed the loose construction netting. The plastic mesh was anchored to a steel fence post on the far side of the washout. I pulled it taut. It would not support a person, but it might support the tote long enough to slide it across. "What are you doing?" Tessa shouted. I fed one tote handle through the mesh, then twisted the netting around the bag. The man ran. I pushed the tote over the edge. It dropped into the trench. The netting snapped tight. For a second, the blue bag hung above the rushing water, swinging against the collapsed asphalt. Then the plastic began tearing. The man reached me and drove his shoulder into my back. We went down together. My chin hit pavement. My teeth clacked hard enough to chip one. His forearm pressed across the back of my neck. "Pull it up," he shouted. Tessa limped to the edge and grabbed the netting. I saw the folding knife lying near my hand where it had fallen from my pocket. I closed my fingers around it. The man shifted his weight to pin my right arm. I opened the blade with my thumb and slashed at the construction mesh. Not at him. The first cut stretched the plastic. The second severed 3 strands. Tessa screamed. "No," she pulled harder. The mesh tore across its width. The tote fell. It struck the muddy wall of the trench, rolled once, and disappeared into the water. The current carried it beneath a broken slab of asphalt. The man lifted his weight from me. He stared into the trench. For 1 second, nobody moved. Then he kicked me in the ribs. The pain folded me sideways. I heard Tessa say something about downstream access, and the man shouted for her to take the rail path. They had stopped thinking about me. That was the only reason I lived. Tessa climbed down the embankment beyond the washout, using the fence for balance. The man ran toward the sedan, probably to reach another exit and intercept the tote wherever the drainage channel emerged. I got to my knees. The van idled no longer. Its hazard lights blinked weakly. The driver's door remained open. The south lane was temporarily clear. I could not drive through the trench, but I did not need the van anymore. I needed the phone. It was still inside on the dashboard mount. I stumbled back. The driver's seat was covered in glass. I reached through the broken window and tore the phone free. Mara's call had disconnected. The screen showed 2% battery. A message from Leon filled the top of the display. Police AT gate. They can't find South Yard. Sound horn or alarm. The van horn still worked without the engine. I leaned through the window and pressed it. Nothing. The steering wheel had locked at an angle after the engine died, and the horn pad gave only a soft click. I tried again. No sound. Then I remembered the alarm inside 1408. The roll-up door was closed, but a red fire alarm pull station had been mounted outside beside it. I had seen it when I drove past. I ran back along the wall. Each step sent a blade through my ribs. My left shoe slipped in blood and rainwater. Behind me, the sedan reversed out of the lane, engine roaring. The shaved-headed man swung it around toward the passage. He saw me. The car accelerated. I reached the loading bay and grabbed the alarm handle. A clear plastic cover protected it. I lifted the cover. An electronic warning began. Local alarm will sound. The sedan turned into the yard. I pulled. The building erupted. Bells rang inside and outside. White strobes flashed above the loading door. Somewhere beyond the roofline, a horn joined them with a rising mechanical howl. The roll-up door released automatically and lifted several inches. Smoke did not pour out. People did. 2 men ran from inside, both wearing disposable gloves. One carried a plastic hospital bin. The other held a handgun low against his thigh. I dropped behind a concrete wheel stop. The sedan entered the yard, then braked hard when the men appeared. Everyone shouted at once. Alarm, kill it. Where's the bag? The man with the handgun raised it, not toward me, but toward the building, gesturing for the others to move. That was when red and blue light began flashing above the roof of the first warehouse. Not beside me, not suddenly close. At the far end of the narrow passage, the police had entered through the gate and followed the alarm. The armed man saw the lights. He turned toward the south lane, toward me. I pressed myself flat. A gunshot cracked between the buildings. Brick dust struck my cheek. I crawled behind the steel bollard I had hit with the van. Another shot. The round struck the van's rear quarter panel with a flat metallic punch. Police sirens entered the yard. Tires slid on wet pavement. A loudspeaker ordered everyone to show their hands. The sedan tried to reverse into the south lane. Its rear wheel climbed the broken concrete stop. The car lurched sideways and struck the corner of the loading dock. Airbags burst inside. The shaved-headed driver slumped against the wheel. Tessa was still somewhere along the rail embankment. The armed man ran toward the roll-up door. An officer fired. He fell just inside the opening. The other 2 men dropped to the pavement. I stayed behind the bollard with my hands over my head until someone dragged me backward by the shoulders. The officer doing it kept shouting, "Hands. Let me see your hands." "They're empty," I said. My voice came out wet and thin. He rolled me onto my back. The yard strobes flashed white across his face. Rain struck my eyes. My ribs would not let me take a full breath. "Driver," I managed. "Medical courier. Where's the weapon?" "I don't have one." "Where's the package?" "In the drainage channel." The officer stared at me as if I had answered in the wrong language. Then another officer shouted from the trench. Tessa had fallen while trying to climb along the washed-out edge. She was alive, but her injured leg was pinned beneath a slab of broken asphalt. The blue tote had lodged 20 yards downstream against an old rail tie. Its seal was still intact. By the time paramedics reached me, the rain had nearly stopped. They cut away my left sleeve, wrapped my forearm, and secured my neck because I could not remember whether my head had hit the pavement once or twice. One of my ribs was broken. Another was cracked. My right elbow had a hairline fracture, and 2 fingers remained numb from nerve compression. The shaved-headed man survived the crash with a fractured nose and burns from the airbag. The armed man survived the police shooting. The controlled medication did not. The tote had taken on drainage water through the refrigeration vent. Every vial inside was contaminated and later destroyed under federal supervision. No one got what they had come for. Not them. Not me. My van sat trapped beside the trench, windows broken, side crushed, and blood drying across the passenger door. My route timer continued running until the phone battery died. At 3:47 a.m., while a paramedic taped an oxygen tube beneath my nose, Mara called Leon's phone. He held it near my ear. She was crying so quietly I could barely hear it over the idling emergency vehicles. "I'm sorry," she said. I looked past the ambulance doors toward the warehouse. Under the police lights, the lettering near the roof was finally visible. Meridian Distribution services the street had not appeared after midnight because it was supernatural. It appeared because someone with access to obsolete logistics data had restored an abandoned private road inside one delivery system, attached a stolen facility code to it, and scheduled the route during the hours when no legitimate office would be open to question it. Larkspur Street had always been there. It was simply useful to certain people that during the day nobody could find it. I deleted the screenshot, I told Mara. She did not understand. "What? The first one?" "I deleted it because I thought it would make me look unreliable." Leon lowered his eyes. Mara kept apologizing. I let her. Then I asked Leon to end the call. The first person who told me I was lucky was the emergency room doctor. He said it while looking at the scan of my ribs, one hand resting on the back of a rolling stool. Lucky meant no collapsed lung, no internal bleeding, no fracture in my neck. The cut along my left forearm had missed the tendons and the larger vessels. The numbness in my right hand was expected to improve once the swelling around the elbow went down. Expected, not guaranteed. The doctor was Dr. Ehrenfeld, a 49-year-old man with gray hair cropped close and rectangular glasses that slid down his nose whenever he looked at the computer. He spoke gently, but efficiently, as if he had learned that kindness worked best when it did not slow the room. "You'll hate coughing for a while," he said. "I already hate breathing." "That too." He prescribed pain medication, then paused before submitting it. The hesitation lasted less than a second. I noticed anyway. "What?" I asked. He looked at the notes again. "Given the circumstances, I'm going to use a non-opioid plan first." It was reasonable, probably required. Still, the word circumstances followed me through the rest of the night. A nurse cleaned the remaining glass from my scalp and forearm. Someone photographed every injury before the bandages went on. A police officer stood near the curtain and watched without appearing to watch. My clothes were folded into brown evidence bags. My shoes went into separate ones because drainage water from the trench had splashed across them. At 5:18 a.m., they moved me into a private exam room. The windows faced east. Dawn turned the parking deck outside from black to flat gray. Leon arrived 20 minutes later, wearing his warehouse polo beneath a tan raincoat. He held my phone charger in one hand and a vending machine coffee in the other. "You look terrible," he said. "You came all this way to tell me." "No, I also brought a charger." He set it beside the bed. His eyes went to the brace around my elbow, then to the dressing on my arm. Leon had always been slow with words, but that morning he seemed to be checking each one for structural damage before using it. "Mara's here," he said, "outside." "Yes. I don't want to see her." "All right." He did not defend her. That helped, I asked. "Did they arrest everyone?" "4 at the property. Tessa Ward, Calvin Rusk, the driver, and 2 men inside. One was a former pharmacy technician." "Which one had the gun?" "The former tech." "Is he alive?" "Yes." Leon looked at the door before continuing. "Police found 3 more people at an apartment in College Park. Records, labels, empty cooling containers. They're saying this was bigger than one tote." "Who are they?" "Detectives. DEA is coming in." The letters hung there. I had spent the night thinking about a sedan, a gate, and 1 bag. The idea that federal investigators were now tracing everything backward through warehouses and pharmacy systems felt too large to attach to my life. "Am I under arrest?" I asked. Leon's expression tightened. "No, that wasn't a quick answer. You're not under arrest." "Am I a suspect?" "You transported an unscanned tote of fentanyl to an unlicensed facility." "I know what I did." Saying they have to document it. The room smelled of disinfectant and burnt coffee. Somewhere in the hallway, a child cried in short, exhausted bursts. A cart rolled past with 1 squeaking wheel. "Did they find the person who loaded it?" I asked. "Not yet." "Then they don't know I didn't. They have warehouse cameras. You said you couldn't access them." "Not live. Police can." And the pharmacy staging camera went offline for 11 minutes. Of course it had. "What about the loading dock?" "Partially blocked." "By what?" "A pallet stack." "Convenient." Leon looked down at his cup. "Daniel, the paper manifest was printed from Mara's station." I stared at him. "She printed it. The system shows her credentials." "She said she only approved the facility code." "That may still be true." "How?" "Remote access. Shared password. Somebody could have used her machine earlier in the shift." "Or she printed it." "Yes." The answer was quiet. Honest. I appreciated it less than he intended. Mara remained outside for almost an hour. I knew because Leon checked the hallway twice, and each time his face returned with the same careful neutrality. At 6:42, I changed my mind. She entered alone. Mara looked smaller outside the dispatch office. She wore black work pants, wet sneakers, and a dark green coat zipped to her throat. Her hair, normally tied tight behind her head, had come loose around her face. She held no coffee, no clipboard, nothing that gave her hands a job. She stopped near the foot of the bed. "I won't stay," she said. "I waited. The police took my computer." "Good. They took my phone too." "Also good." She nodded once. "I told them everything." "Did you?" "Yes. Even the part where you told me to go through the gate." Her mouth tightened. "Yes. Even when Leon said to return." "Yes. Even when you didn't have a working number for the facility." "Yes." The monitor beside my bed registered my pulse climbing. I watched the green number change and hated that she could probably see it too. "Why?" I asked. She looked at the floor. There were many answers available: pressure, fatigue, bad systems. A client representative insisting the order was critical. A manager who measured her performance in completed routes and exception percentages. She gave me the ugliest one, because failed deliveries came out of my quarterly score. I laughed once, then grabbed my ribs. The pain bent me forward. Mara took a step, stopped herself, and stayed where she was. "That's it," I said when I could breathe again. "A score. It wasn't just that, but it was enough." She pressed her lips together. "I thought it was paperwork," she said. "A renamed facility, a database error. I thought the worst outcome was that you'd drive there, find nobody, and bring it back. You knew the gate was locked. I knew you said it had been locked. That sentence is doing a lot of work." "I know." Her voice was scraped empty. No defense left in it. "I heard the man call you by name," she continued. "That's when I understood someone had the live order data. Before that, I was still trying to make it into an ordinary mistake. So was I that stopped both of us, because it was true. I had done the same thing from the first turn instruction. Bad GPS, bad software, late order, manual override. Every explanation was plausible alone. I kept choosing the least frightening one because the frightening explanation would have required me to stop. And stopping was the thing I was worst at. Mara said, "I'm resigning." "Before they fire you?" "Yes, before they charge you." She met my eyes then. "I don't know if they will." Neither did I. That uncertainty was the most honest thing in the room. She left without asking me to forgive her. Leon remained until a detective arrived. Detective Simone Harris, a 36-year-old woman, worked with the Atlanta Police Department's organized crime unit. She wore plain clothes, carried 2 phones, and had the steady focus of someone who had already been awake longer than everyone around her. She placed a recorder on the tray table and asked me to tell the story from the beginning, not from the gate. From the first time Larkspur Street appeared, I told her about the right turn through the locked fence, the route deviation, Mara's pause, the blank address, the tote, the sedan. When I reached the screenshot, I stopped. Detective Harris waited. "I deleted it," I said. "Why?" "Because I thought it would make me look unreliable." She wrote something down. "That's important," she said. "I know." "No, I mean the deletion itself is important. It helps explain your decisions." "That sounds worse." "It is not my job to make it sound better." She asked whether the screenshot might still exist in cloud backup. I told her I had no idea. It did. A forensic technician recovered it later that afternoon from an automatically synchronized photo cache. The image showed the route line crossing the locked gate at 12:17 a.m. It also showed a detail I had not noticed at the time. At the bottom of the screen was a tiny service tag: map layer, legacy, client custom. That tag led investigators into the routing vendor's archived accounts. Larkspur Street had been entered 6 years earlier as a private access road for Meridian Distribution Services. When the facility lost its license, the client account was disabled but never deleted. Someone with vendor-level credentials reactivated the map layer for a 4-hour window, from midnight to 4:00 a.m. That was why the street appeared and disappeared. Not because of darkness, because of scheduling. The person who reactivated it used credentials assigned to an employee who had left the routing company 8 months earlier. That was the first major thread investigators could not immediately close. The former employee denied involvement. Login records came through a virtual private network. Payment for the reactivation service had been hidden inside a batch of legitimate client adjustments. Several people had access. Nobody admitted using it. The warehouse footage gave them more. At 10:53 p.m., a person in a pharmacy jacket rolled the blue tote through staging and left it behind a column near Route 12. Their face never turned toward the camera. At 11:07, another employee moved the pallet stack that blocked the dock view. At 11:19, my paper manifest printed from Mara's station while she was visible on another camera in the break room. That cleared her of printing it. It did not clear her of sending me. The pharmacy-jacketed person was eventually identified as a contract technician named Owen Pike. He had worked one shift at our warehouse 3 weeks earlier using valid temporary credentials. The contractor who supplied him had no record of assigning him that night. Police found his car 2 days later at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. They did not find him. The people arrested at 14:08 talked in fragments. Enough to confirm the scheme, not enough to make it neat. They had diverted smaller shipments before, usually by changing delivery destinations after dispatch. Larkspur Street had been used 3 times in 6 months, always after midnight, always with a contract driver rather than a company employee. The drivers from the earlier deliveries had not reported anything unusual. One had left a tote at the loading bay and driven away. The other 2 had scanned forged facility badges. None knew the site was unlicensed. None had been trapped there. The sedan, the blocked gate, and the confrontation had happened because my calls to Mara and Leon created a risk they had not planned for. Their solution was improvised. That made it more violent, not less. 3 weeks after the hospital, I sat for a formal interview with federal investigators. My right hand still went numb when I held a pen too long. Coughing felt like being struck under the ribs with a hammer. The cuts on my forearm had closed into a pink, uneven line. My employer terminated my contract while I was on medical leave. The letter cited vehicle damage, route noncompliance, and an active controlled substance investigation. It also thanked me for my service. Leon called the decision temporary corporate cowardice. He quit 2 days later. Mara resigned before her disciplinary hearing. The district attorney did not charge her, though the company's insurer tried to argue that her instructions placed me outside authorized route protections. My attorney disagreed in language that filled 37 pages. Eventually, the contractor settled, not enough to make me rich, enough to pay the medical bills, clear the rent balance, replace the transmission in my car, and spend several months waking at 2:17 a.m. with my hands clenched around blankets. I did not return to overnight delivery. For a while, I took a daytime job receiving shipments at a building supply store. Lumber, drywall screws, sinks packed in cardboard, nothing refrigerated, nothing sealed with numbered tags. The work was louder than driving. Forklifts beeped, radios crackled, people asked questions face to face. At first, I hated it. Then I started appreciating the witnesses. A year later, the old Meridian property was sold. The city repaired the drainage channel and removed the abandoned trailer from the northern service road. Building 1408 was demolished after inspectors found fire damage, illegal electrical work, and chemical contamination in a storage room. The chain link gate came down. The private asphalt was resurfaced and folded into a larger freight redevelopment. Larkspur Street did not survive the project. Officially, it never had. The new access road was named Westgate Logistics Drive. I drove past once in daylight. There were fresh warehouses with blue glass entrances and landscaped strips of ornamental grass. Trucks waited in marked lanes. A security booth stood where the orange barrels had guided me inside. Everything looked exposed, regulated, and boring. I pulled into a gas station across the road and bought coffee. My card went through on the first try. A delivery van turned into Westgate Logistics Drive while I stood beneath the awning. White Transit. Same model as mine, newer body. The driver rested one wrist over the wheel and looked half asleep. For a moment, I wanted to stop him. Tell him to question every late route change. Tell him a facility code was not an address. Tell him no delivery window was worth entering a place that did not want to exist during business hours. I did not. He was already through the gate. There was no reason to think anything was wrong. That is the part people expect trauma to fix. They think after something happens, you become permanently alert. You learn the lesson. You trust your instincts. You never ignore another warning. In reality, you still have to buy groceries. You still click through software prompts. You still choose whether to make a difficult phone call or let the problem wait another day. Fear does not make you wise. Sometimes it only makes you tired. I became better at stopping, though. When my hand went numb, I stopped lifting. When a manager asked me to sign something incomplete, I refused. When my landlord mailed the lease renewal, I opened it that day instead of leaving it on the counter. Small acts, nothing heroic. I kept the recovered screenshot printed in a drawer beside my tax documents. not framed, not displayed, just available. The last update Detective Harris gave me came 18 months after the arrests. Owen Pike had still not been located. She said his name might not have been real, though his fingerprints matched a minor theft arrest in Nevada under another identity. Before ending the call, she mentioned that the routing company had found 2 other dormant custom map layers reactivated during the same period. One was attached to a closed pharmaceutical warehouse in Ohio. The other pointed to an access road outside Rotterdam. No confirmed diversions were connected to either location. The company called them test entries. Detective Harris did not say whether she believed that. Neither did I a few months later. I opened my old delivery application out of curiosity. The contractor had never disabled my login, though there were no active routes attached to it. Most of the menus were blank. The route history remained: Bankhead, East Point, Douglasville, then the deviation, 12:17 a.m., Larkspur SD. I tapped it. The map opened over the new freight development. Westgate Logistics Drive appeared in solid gray. The warehouses were current. The demolished building was gone. For a second, nothing happened. Then a thin blue line drew itself beneath the new road. It followed the old path through the former gate, around the first warehouse, and south toward where 1408 had stood. At the bottom of the screen, a notice appeared: Legacy route data unavailable. I took a screenshot. I did not delete it. When I checked again, the blue line was gone. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.